Today's story is about a police officer in Argentina who encounters something totally inexplicable by the side of the road. Some have called this story one of the most credible paranormal stories that exists. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the like button's house and replace all of their new, fresh produce with wax replicas. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. On the night of March 2nd, 2006, a 28-year-old police corporal named Sergio Pucheta rode his motorcycle down a dirt road in rural Argentina. It was pitch black out with no streetlights, and on either side of the road were mostly open fields, interspersed with patches of forest, and there were mountains rising up in the background. There was nobody around him for miles. This was an area called La Pampa, and it was famous for its beautiful landscapes and cowboy culture. Sergio was out here patrolling for poachers, who came out here at night to trap or kill the wild cats, monkeys, and birds that often sold for lots of money on the black market. It had been a quiet night so far, but Sergio knew from experience that the later it got, the more likely it would be that he would catch someone doing something illegal. At around 10 p.m., Sergio was riding down the road towards a crossroads that locals called El Cruce de las Cañas, and up ahead he saw the red taillights of a car. And at first, it seemed like this car was coming to a stop, but then it turned off the road and drove into this nearby cluster of low trees and thick vegetation about the size of a football field, and then these taillights disappeared. Sergio felt his heart start to beat a bit faster because he knew this had to be a poacher. Maybe, he thought, this poacher had seen him and realized he could be a cop and so was driving off the road and basically trying to hide from Sergio. Sergio sped up on his motorcycle, and when he reached the spot where this car had left the road, he pulled over and he parked. Sergio climbed off his bike and then radioed into headquarters his location and asked for backup. Then he unholstered his gun. He knew this far out, it was going to take backup a long time to get here, and Sergio had no intentions of letting these poachers get away. Sergio had a flashlight, but he didn't bother to take it out because he didn't want to give away his position. But in the darkness, Sergio was having a really hard time finding where in this vegetation the car had gone. There were no broken branches or crushed bushes. I mean, the entire vegetation looked completely uniform and intact. And so Sergio, with his gun drawn in front of him, began pacing along the shoulder of this road looking for tire tracks on the ground. But after looking for a while, he couldn't find any. Like there was no indication that a car was ever here or drove into this vegetation. And so eventually, Sergio just stopped and listened. He figured the poachers could only have driven a little ways into the trees before stopping, and so he hoped to hear them moving around. But as he stood there, all he could hear was the sound of the wind rustling through the trees, the crickets and cicadas chirping and buzzing, the hoots of owls, and the long, strange chirring sound of birds known as nightjars. Sergio knew if he wanted to catch these poachers, he couldn't just sit here all night hoping they made a noise. So he took a deep breath, stepped off the road, and made his way into the trees. He walked quickly but carefully, moving branches aside with one hand and holding his gun with the other, constantly scanning left and right for any movement or light. And when he was about 100 feet into the trees, he finally saw something. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glint in the darkness. And for a second, it almost looked like moonlight reflecting off of something metal. And so Sergio thought, that's gotta be the car. I've caught them, they're right here. But when Sergio turned to face them, he immediately realized there was no car. What he saw was so jarring, so terrifying that for a second, he just stood there frozen to the spot. And as he did, the sounds in the forest began to amplify all around him, and he felt this panic building inside of his chest. He wanted to scream, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. A few minutes later, an off-duty police officer who was friendly with Sergio was heading to bed in his home when his phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw it was Sergio calling him, so he opened his phone and said hello. But Sergio didn't say hello back. Instead, in a voice that was unusually cold and monotone, Sergio just said, "Come to Las Cañas, you know what to do." And before this other officer could ask Sergio what he meant, what's going on here, the line just went dead. The officer tried to call Sergio back, but Sergio didn't answer. The officer really had no idea what was going on here. This was exceptionally odd behavior by Sergio. And so this officer felt compelled to call it into headquarters just in case. But when this officer got the dispatcher on the phone, the dispatcher told him they actually already had backup on their way to Sergio right now. And the dispatcher told him that they were actually pretty worried about Sergio too. Because after Sergio's first radio call had come in where he gave his location and asked for backup, they had lost contact with him. Every time they had tried to call him back, he wasn't answering. Meanwhile, the backup, 3 police cars full of officers, sped past cornfields into the remote area that contained Las Cañas, where Sergio had last been. And when they got to the actual spot on the road where Sergio had said he was, like his actual location, they found his motorcycle, but Sergio was nowhere to be found, and nobody else was there either. It was just this motorcycle. And so the 3 cars pulled over near the motorcycle, and the officers got out. One of the officers tried again to hail Sergio on the radio, but again they were met with silence. And so they all fanned out with their flashlights and began searching this road up and down, looking for any sign of Sergio. And after a minute or two, one of the officers spotted this cluster of metal in the sand by the side of the road. Now, this officer did not immediately connect whatever this metal was with whatever happened to Sergio. They just walked over to see what it was. But when he actually reached it and shone his light directly on it, he gasped and called out to the other officers, "Over here!" Because these pieces of metal definitely had something to do with Sergio. They were the completely disassembled parts of Sergio's radio and his gun. This discovery immediately launched a major police search operation. More backup poured into Las Cañas, and officers teamed up and continued to search the area. And pretty quickly, officers found what looked like Sergio's footprints heading away from the road and into the cluster of trees. So the officers began to follow them. However, after getting about 100 feet into the trees following these footsteps, they noticed something very strange. The footprints were getting further and further apart. At first, the officers thought, okay, well, maybe Sergio began sprinting and taking really big, long strides. But as they continued following these steps through the trees and out the backside into this big field, the distance between these steps continued to get bigger and bigger until finally the gap from one step to the next was 10 feet apart, then 15 feet apart, and then 20 feet apart. I mean, even if Sergio had been sprinting at full speed and literally leaping, this was too big of a distance to cover. I mean, this was literally humanly impossible. The police officers following these prints looked at each other uneasily. Each footprint was perfectly clear. There was no mistaking this was a human footprint. And then also, they were certain they were not missing prints in between the ones they could see. They really were spaced this far apart. The officers had been talking to each other when they began following these prints. But now they just walked in silence. For more than 1 mile, they tracked Sergio's bizarre, seemingly impossible trail through open fields and trees until they arrived at a cornfield. And then suddenly, the trail of footprints just stopped. It was like Sergio had pushed off his right foot and then just vanished. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. If you're really struggling right now and you're kind of holding a couple of days, well qualified from a therapy session and get 10% off your first month of therapy. The search for Sergio went on all night, despite the fact that it started to pour at around 2 a.m. But the officers never gave up. However, beyond those footsteps, they never found any other trace of Sergio. And there was one other thing police couldn't find. There was absolutely no sign of the poachers that Sergio had called in before he had vanished. There were no tire tracks from any vehicle other than Sergio's motorcycle. There was no broken vegetation or anything like that. It looked like no car had ever been driven into these trees. And there were no signs of any kind of struggle either that would explain why Sergio was gone and why his gun and radio were disassembled by the side of the road. The whole situation just made absolutely no sense. At 4:30 p.m. on March 3rd, 2006, so roughly 18 hours after Sergio had disappeared, a farmer was walking on his property about 12 miles away from Las Cañas when he looked up ahead and he saw this dark figure sitting by the side of the road. The farmer squinted to get a better look, and the figure looked like a man, but he was all curled up into a ball and he was sitting in the mud. Now, keep in mind, this area is like in the middle of nowhere, and so this farmer did not get a lot of people passing through the area, and so to see anybody was pretty rare, let alone what he was seeing now. And so, feeling curious, the farmer called out to this man, but didn't get a response, and so he just started walking towards him. And when he got up close, he saw this man was a police officer in full uniform. He had his knees pulled up to his chest with his arms wrapped around him, and his head was buried in his lap, and so the farmer couldn't see his face. And weirdly, even though it had only recently stopped raining and the ground that the officer was sitting on was still wet, this man was totally dry. The farmer leaned down and gently put his hand on the man's shoulder and said, "Sir, are you okay?" But the officer didn't react at all. He just stayed there motionless, head in his lap, not reacting, totally silent. And this was just too strange. The farmer backed away, took out his phone, and he called the police. It didn't take long for the police to show up and identify this seated police officer as Sergio Pucheta. But Sergio wouldn't talk to the police any more than he would speak to the farmer. He didn't appear to be physically injured, but there was definitely something wrong with him. So the officers called an ambulance and they summoned Sergio's boss to see if he could get Sergio to respond. And when Sergio's boss showed up, he was able to coax Sergio up off the ground, but still Sergio wouldn't speak. All he would do is give his boss a big hug and just break down and cry. So his boss led Sergio over to the ambulance, which had just arrived, and he got him in the back and he sat with him and then went with Sergio to the hospital and followed him into his exam room. At first, inside the exam room, Sergio didn't want anybody to touch him, and he was very anxious, and he kept squinting and grimacing every time the lights were put on him. But after a few minutes, he did let the doctors and nurses remove his clothes and examine his body for wounds. Sergio's boss had expected that Sergio would have injuries. I mean, he figured he had likely been assaulted or kidnapped. But as he watched the doctors and nurses check Sergio out, it was very clear that Sergio did not have any injuries. There were no bruises, no cuts, no sign of any physical struggle at all. And not only that, as the nurse took Sergio's vitals, it was clear that he was not dehydrated or sick at all, despite the fact he had just been missing for 18 hours with no supplies. The only injury the medical team did find on Sergio was to his feet, but it did not help clarify anything. When they removed Sergio's boots and socks, they found these bizarre burns on the soles of his feet. It looked like he'd been standing on a hot surface. Over the next couple of hours, Sergio did finally begin to talk. And here is the totally wild story that he told. At 10 p.m. the night before, when Sergio had followed the poachers into the trees, he had been absolutely certain that he had seen the metal of the poacher's car reflecting the moonlight. However, he didn't. There was no car. There were no poachers. When he turned, all he saw in the darkness were two sets of burning red eyes staring back at him. Sergio stood there stunned, unsure who or what these eyes belonged to. And then before he could do anything, the eyes began to move closer to him. And as they did, Sergio realized with growing horror that these were not human eyes, these were not animal eyes. These eyes belonged to some creature he had never seen before. All he could make out beyond the burning red eyes were these slim gray bodies with big heads and long skinny fingers, and they didn't appear to blink at all. Sergio opened his mouth to scream, but when he did, no sound came out. And that's when Sergio realized that not only could he not scream, but he no longer was able to move. But then suddenly he felt this intense pressure in his torso, and his back sort of involuntarily arched in response. He tried to wrench himself free of whatever seemed to be in control of him, but he couldn't. It felt like his spine was going to snap. And then he felt himself begin to walk out of the forest backwards, like his back is arched in this totally unnatural position, and he's marching out of the trees. And then as he's doing this, he watched helplessly as one of his hands went down and pulled out his phone. And then he dialed the number of that officer, and then this detached, cold voice came out of Sergio's mouth, telling his friend, "Come to Las Cañas, you know what to do." And as Sergio continued to walk in this bizarre bent-over gait, he felt himself reach for his gun. And after he drew it, he watched in horror as his hands fully disassemble it and drop the pieces on the ground. And then he watched himself do the exact same thing with his radio. And the whole time, these red-eyed creatures are just a few feet away, staring at him. It was only after Sergio had disarmed himself that he felt that intense pressure on him subside, and he realized this was his chance to escape. He took off running, but after only going a few steps, he felt himself get hit from behind and he pitched forward. He thought he was falling, but he didn't hit the ground. Instead, it was like he was being lifted up into the sky. And for a moment, he just careened through the air until abruptly, whatever force was holding him up let go. He fell to the ground and somehow managed to land on his feet, but then once again, he was lifted back up. And this time, he was thrown even farther through the air before he hit the ground. And then it happened again, and again, and again. And so as this was happening, Sergio realized these red-eyed creatures must be the ones in control, and they were playing with him. They knew he was trying to escape, but they didn't stop him. They just kept picking him up and throwing him forward over and over again. And as all this happened, Sergio began to feel his feet burn. The last thing he remembered was running through a cornfield. And as he did, he realized suddenly that it seemed like he was all alone. The red-eyed creatures were gone. And so Sergio looked over his shoulder, and all he saw were swaying corn stalks and darkness. And for a moment, he's thinking, maybe this is all over. But then, still running, he turned to look straight ahead, and he saw there was this incredible wall of just pure darkness. There was no cornfield, no ground at all. In fact, there was no sky, no moon, no stars, nothing. It was just pure black, like he had reached the actual edge of the world. And then, once again, he felt himself begin to rise into the air, and he looked down into this darkness, into this void, and staring back at him are two red glowing eyes. After that, Sergio passed out, and he had no idea how he wound up 18 hours later on the side of the road, absolutely frozen in fear. No one has ever been able to explain what happened to Sergio, including Sergio himself. But it should be noted that Argentina and South America more broadly is a very well-known hotbed of paranormal activity. Following this incident, Sergio was so traumatized that he retired from the police force. To this day, cops and locals still report seeing strange lights in and around Las Cañas.
Is this Roach Rise? Yeah. Wow. Are you going to Ash Creation? Yep, I'm going to get ready and start it next week, man. It's going to be next weekend. We're going to try and play it pretty much all the weekend. I'm hoping so, right? Have you seen Donkey's Veilguard video? No, I haven't. I'll probably watch one more, but I feel like the Veilguard controversy has kind of... I feel like we've kind of played it out. And so unless there's something new that happens or like some new like information, I feel like we can kind of move past it, right? So yeah. Donkey's Veilguard, yeah. YouTube warnings, what's this? This content may be inappropriate for some users. Blizzard thought they would get away with it? Oh, yeah, it's inappropriate for people who don't have $90 to waste on a mount in a game that you have to pay real money for. Yeah, for sure. The Velocipaster, after losing his parents, a priest travels to China where he inherits the mysterious ability that allows him to turn into a dinosaur. At first horrified by this new power, a prostitute convinces him to use it to fight crime and ninjas. Hey. Hey, you know, not so bad to me. I finished the worst game of the year. Oh my god. I might actually have to watch this. This is amazing. Yeah, much of a pastor. Yeah, it's kind of a longer one, but I might actually have to watch it because I don't know what this game is about, and if somebody actually played through the entire thing, I'm kind of curious what actually happened. Please do it. Yeah, I think so. And 100 pull-ups are not calling us sorry. They incoming. Wait, what is this? BioWare confirms the studio is now fully focused on Mass Effect 5. Oh boy, Asmon in a nutshell.
You're incapable of being happy?
Why do you say that?
Because women with curly hair buy straight. Women with straight hair buy curly. Women with dark hair dye it blonde. Women with blonde hair dye it dark. Women with big boobs, they get a breast reduction. Women with small boobs, they get implants. I mean, you can't make that species happy. If they're light skinned, they want to get darker. There is no making them happy. They got eyebrows. They shave them off and draw new ones on.
They do.
There is no making that species happy. When the Almighty created woman, he created a weird animal.
I love how he's saying all of this to probably his wife.
Anything else? That last segment fire some people up.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, that's it. I mean, I'm sure there's more. Yeah.
Man.
What about men?
No, men are good.
Asmon in a nutshell. Is that right? Huh? You can hear his daughter in the background? I guess so. California is fucked. San Francisco? What is this? It got deleted. I'm assuming that it is some form... A can of... Wait, what? A can of Sprite is $5? Oh my god. Being served canned soda in a restaurant makes me irrationally angry. I agree with that. I think so too. Wow, that's sad. Yeah, try Wayback Machine. It's too much work. I mean, it's $22 probably for buying a shitty meal. A giant Lucy statue is placed at Lucca, Italy. Yeah, why am I not surprised? This is actually getting pretty popular. And this like new like image here. Tried being an unbiased, broad perspective to the topic. Let's see. What is this? Yeah, I might watch this. Sure. Let me go back and look at the rest of it. Beware of fire. Oh. Ew, not so good. Monster Hunter Asmongold. Okay, Society of Dragon Age Veilguard came out before Baldur's Gate 3, warped my expectations for RPGs. Kind of accurate, but I think that people would have still not liked it. That's what I would say more than anything. So yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's see. My 8-ounce bag of cheese was only 4 ounces. Oh, that's a fucking scam. What the fuck? That's actually a fucking scam. What the hell? Yeah, it's like half. It's not like it's like 7.8. It was supposed to be 8. Ah, it's whatever, right? But this is crazy. It's a scam indeed. Yes. Twitch unbanned speedrun. Good. Divorce lawyer spitting facts about dating. Uh-oh.
Hey everybody, I just want to make a quick video for the younger guys in my audience.
Uh-oh.
Based on the analytics on this YouTube channel, I have a lot of men, young men, 18 to 34,
Yeah.
all around the world who are subscribed
This guy's a divorce lawyer?
to my YouTube channel, and I get a lot of questions from them. But basically, here's the purpose of the video.
Yeah.
I get on my YouTube feed a lot of dating videos where guys are going out asking women, you know, how much should a guy spend on the first date, and what's your idea of a great first date, and what do you look for? And the women, well, he has to spend at least $250 on the first date because I have to put my makeup on and I have to get my hair done. Listen, I'm probably older than you.
Yeah.
I assure you, in no uncertain terms, if a woman has genuine burning desire for you, she's not going to care about where you go on a first date.
Yeah, I took a girl to Taco Bell on the first date. That worked out, well, we broke up like 70 times. But, you know...
Some of the best dates I've had in my whole life are eating takeout pizza in a playground in the drizzle rain. I mean, they don't care.
No.
They will not care. They'll break every...
By the way, I think he is absolutely spitting. Everything that he's saying is completely fucking accurate.
rule that they may have just to spend time with you. So here's the point of the video. Level up and become the best version of yourself. Be interesting. Do cool things.
That's the one thing that I think a lot of guys don't get that. is that they're really not interesting. There's like nothing that they do that's interesting or say, like they don't really like, you know, keep up with popular topics. They can't have a conversation about anything. They're just not interesting at all.
And invite someone in to join you and to spend time with you. Don't
Man.
lead with your wallet. That is the worst thing in the world.
This is a divorce lawyer, by the way. So if anybody knows this is a bad idea, it would be him.
You'll never get genuine women involved with you, and it'll never last. It'll always be transactional.
Yeah.
All right? If you're overweight, go to the gym or fix your diet or both. But
Imagine that.
don't listen to social media that you have to do A, B, C, and D in order to have beautiful women in your life. It is 100% not true. Pass this along.
Do you know why social media has like this ecosystem about saying that you need to do all these things to get girls to be attracted to you? It's because the people that perpetuate these needs are people that are selling courses on how to meet them. Create the problem and then sell the solution.
To some beta simp who thinks that
What?
pass this along to some beta simp who thinks that he's got to be a dancing monkey for someone in order to have a great intimate relationship. Not true.
Oh
Don't be
my.
foolish. Go be the best version of yourself. Drop a comment. Like, subscribe. Be careful out there.
Wow. Bro, this guy.
Hey,
Holy shit, this guy. Let me link you guys his channel. Jonathan Noble. What a guy. I know, man. That is really, really good. Yeah, 2.43 minutes of based. I know, this is insane. Disclaimer, this video is not legal advice. Beta simp, this lawyer is a gangsta. Oh my fucking god. Coffee dates are a filter for genuine interest? I mean, are there girls that get offended over a coffee date? Like, there's no way this actually happens, right? It does? You know what I think that is? I think that's effectively natural selection. That is the best thing that could possibly happen. Because if you're around somebody who's that uptight and obnoxious, they are going to ruin every aspect of your fucking life. If they're going to complain about a coffee date. Think about it, man. It's a great filter. It is. It's an insane filter. So yeah, this video is absolutely fucking based, man. Oh my god, it's good. There you go. It's a natural selection. Yep, there it is. I saw this one yesterday. We do need to watch this eventually. I haven't gotten to it, but I will eventually. Classic Chad Andy trying to play a modern RPG. What is this? I don't know what the fuck this is. I can get behind this kind of gendermancing? What the fuck? I don't even know what the hell that is. Video game dialogue 9. Oh, the red. I remember this guy. Yeah, this guy was kind of an asshole, wasn't he? I'll go ahead and I'll look at it. Their body bear. Yeah, I remember this.
Sit down. You beat them.
I never laid a finger on Tamara. Not once.
And on Anna.
That's another story.
I played this.
She always knew how to spark my ire.
Your wife. How'd she make you angry? Too much salt in the soup? Socks never darned?
20 years we've known each other. She's seen me drunk and sober. She was there to greet me when I returned the victor. She was there to patch me up in defeat. Like no other, she knew where to press, where to pinch, so it would hurt.
You beat her? For that? For criticizing you?
Oh, Witcher, you haven't a clue, have you? Well, perhaps I shall tell you about it one day. One day, but not today.
You knew they had run away from the start.
Yes, I knew.
Why didn't you tell me? Wasted my time.
Say I had. Say I'd said I had troubles. Couldn't control my wife, my daughter. What kind of flaccid prick would you take me for?
Gotta admit, I do think you're a prick. Not because you couldn't control them, but because you drove them away.
What?
Don't play the idiot. You gave them no choice.
Anna and I... It wasn't as it seemed.
It's crazy how they can tackle topics like this without it being patronizing. I love showing clips like this because it just shows that it's not social issues, it's not woke stuff, it's not DEI, it's bad writing. That's it. Did you play The Witcher 3? I played like the first 20% or 30% of the game. I will eventually go back and play it entirely. But I have not played the entire game, but this was at the beginning of the game, so I did play this part.
Seems.
All right, I'm all ears. Tell me what happened. The truth this time.
I'd been soaking myself 3 days straight. Anna came to me, said they were leaving. I begged them to stay. She refused to hear it. I tried to stop her. She wriggled like an eel. We struggled. She fell. Last blasted thing I remember. Woke up in the morn, breeches heavy with my own piss. A large bump on my head. Sadly, they were gone. Know what that's like, Witcher? No. How the fuck could you? I was left with nothing. Nothing! Only the bottle.
See, this is one of the components that I think a lot of writers are unwilling to do now, is they're unwilling to show characters that are effectively antagonists or the villain in a way that's sympathetic in any way. And so, like, you can watch this and you can sympathize with the Baron, but you know he's still in the wrong and he's still a bad guy. And it makes it real and relatable. It makes them human. Yeah, exactly. And that's the one thing that I think a lot of characters don't have anymore. Because he's human. Yeah, exactly.
What happened next?
Next. You tell
And
me.
the reason why it's really good, by the way, is because people that probably have had to deal with stuff like this, their experience is probably closer to this than the one-dimensional depiction of it that's shown in, like, modern millennial writing. So it's like, it's easier for them to relate to it.
It got worse. I awoke at sunset, not knowing how many days had passed. Thought it was all a ploughing, drunken nightmare. And then I went to the bedchamber, and Anna was not there. Instead, there was blood everywhere. I knew she'd miscarried. My breath short.
Oh,
my
yeah,
throat
that's,
locked.
yeah.
I neared the bed and saw it. It lay there, a tiny thing, defenseless, on bloodied sheets, dead. And it was my doing.
Maybe you're doing, maybe not. But that amulet she wore could be important. Or maybe the fact that she lost it. What did you do with the child?
What was I to do? Took it out and buried it.
Just like that?
Damn you! I gave no thought to a funeral. It was a horror. I wanted it to end. That child had been my dream. I told Anna, the little one, our little one, to make things right. Yet she died before she could be born. Understand, Witcher? My child was dead.
Keep it together, man.
I sympathize. I do.
Thank you. And know that I hope you find your Ciri.
Man. Man. This I write a story. Yep. And it's just like it's the respect that they give to the viewer, right? Like they don't have to tell you, by the way, this guy's bad. Hey, did you know he's bad? It's obvious that he's bad. He doesn't have to be one-dimensional. Whatever happened to video games? I think that what happened to video games is what happened to everything. I genuinely believe this. People are dumber now. We are at a low point in human social awareness. And I think that it manifests in all kinds. Like I would say I realized it today, but like today was just a reminder. So I make a joke about like, so the Dragon Age subreddit bans me and anybody from my subreddit from posting. And so then I say, apparently the moderators over there believe my subreddit has an inferior culture, which justifies banning all of this, disgusting this level of racism that you can get away with on Reddit nowadays. And a lot of these comments that I'm reading are people that are genuinely mad. They're like, that's not racist. What are you talking about? And it doesn't make me mad. Like people say this stuff. It's just sad. It really is genuinely sad. They're not actually mad. No, I think some of them actually are. And it's really scary to see this, that like even basic forms of communication are just totally, it just totally goes over people's heads. And it's very, very worrisome. People don't understand jokes now. Well, I think it's more than that. It's that people don't understand any level of thinking that's not one-dimensional. Like anything that you have to think about after you read it is something that people automatically are like done. Yeah, context clues. Yeah, exactly. More emotional, less logical. Yeah, and it's really worrisome. I think this has happened with TV shows. I think that it's happened a lot with movies. I think movies are actually the most pronounced example. Like video games, like, hey, you know, we had The Witcher 3 back then. You've got Disco Elysium. You've got Metaphor ReFantazio. Like, we have a lot of really great video games still, even though a lot of the mainstream AAA games are kind of slop nowadays. But I think that movies, you've seen probably the biggest decline. Yeah, Idiocracy was a documentary? I guess so, right? They can't read and contemplate. They need to be spoon-fed so they can move on to the next dopamine hit. I guess so. And it really bothers me a lot. And the reason why is that I think that if you can't communicate in a way that has any nuance to it, there are just so many ideas and concepts that can't be discussed. And I see this a lot on Twitter where, like, you're not able to, like, have a conversation about anything because what matters more is the way, basically the way an argument looks and the way it sounds is more important than what the argument is. And I think this is becoming more and more evident. Cinema is actually in a better state than video games when it comes to smaller productions. Well, yeah, like the A24 movies. Like, I'm not a big movie guy, right? I'm honestly not. But, like, there's been things that I've heard. Sure. Yeah. Actual chills. Yeah, it's about optics. Yeah, everything's about optics and image now. And I feel like it's caused so many problems. I don't know what to say, man. Hit nail on the head. Need to sugarcoat the comments before saying them. It's dumb as fuck. Yeah. And... oh, well, let me do this, and then we will make the Twitter group, because I did want to get into that. Mark Merrill gives a small update on Riot's MMO. Wait, really? Boss, wait. Damn. God damn. That's impressive, bro. Like, yeah, like, that's perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Like, that's a lot. Let's see here. Dragon's Dogma 2 was a tech demo for Monster Hunter. Yeah, it looks like that. We're basically entering Eastern culture where everything is about saving face and making everyone feel good. I don't know about that or not. But I'll go ahead and I'll look at the Riot thing first, okay?
The chat, I was like, do you guys have any questions for Mark Merrill, anything? And the whole chat was spamming MMO. I'm not going to question you anything, but is there anything you can say about it at all?
Yeah, well, we're working hard on it.
Yeah.
You know, it's the project I spent personally the most amount of time on, but I really think the team has a great direction now and is making a lot of momentum. And you know, it's something where we know the expectations that we have, and we're gonna really try not to disappoint.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go, guys. Yep, it's coming out next year. So no news? Oh, hey, I mean, it is what it is, right? So this is, I didn't see this trailer for Monster Hunter. Okay, let's watch it. Here we go. The Black Flame.
Oh, is this it?
Welcome, travelers. I present you Azuz, the Everforge.
They're starting without us! Just look at that firebrand go.
Oh, they don't have, oh shit, there is, that's the lava one you guys were telling me about. Damn. What the fuck? Bro, if you can pop those bubbles. Oh my god. That looks awesome. It's like a gorilla. I absolutely love when bosses have a visual indicator for the fact that they're enraged. Like, for example, like him having all the fire on him. That's so fucking cool. Fire Rajang? Yeah.
We beckon the fire spring with our own hands.
Man.
No! We never wanted this to happen!
Is that Ed
No
Sheeran?
stopping it now. Not once it starts flowing.
Shit.
Why? This wasn't supposed to happen.
It's a fucking squid. Oh my god.
Black flame.
Man, that is fucking badass. That is insane. Holy fuck, that is cool. It's the last day, I guess, like of February. Holy shit, dude. God damn, bro, I cannot wait for this game, bro. Oh my god, I cannot wait for this game. Holy shit, it's gonna be so good. Oh. You like this game? Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm gonna play the fuck out of this game. I really want to get, I want to get finished with the little cat thing. Oh god. Yeah. Oh, and they're even giving you extra stuff for Monster Hunter World? That's crazy. God damn. Wow. Endless gear farming will be awesome. I don't know if it'll be endless, right? I mean, like, I feel like farming gear and like the thing that was annoying in Monster Hunter World was getting decorations, right? Like, cause getting the gear I felt like was pretty easy. Like I didn't struggle getting any of the gear. Like even like the really annoying stuff. Like I remember I had to get like a Shivara Ishvalda like tender plate because I was like trying to make a defense set. And so it was like kind of annoying to get that because I think you have to break the armor on its head twice in order for there to be a chance for you to get it. Super, super annoying. But like I just spent a few hours doing it and then I just got it, right? I mean, like, what the fuck? Yeah, the head. Yeah, master rank? Well, yeah. No, I mean, yeah, sure. That's normal. Standard crafting decorations and talismans being RNG. Yeah, I hope that you have some degree of control over RNG, though. Like, I don't like endless RNG grinds that are like 1 in 1,000 chances with like a significant investment in order to take a roll of the dice. I do not like that. I think it's very kind of annoying and it's not very fun. However, I think that in general, yeah, of course I do like that kind of stuff and it's fine in a lot of ways. Yeah, it just matters, like, the degree of it is what really matters more than anything. Not necessarily yes or no, it's the degree. Like, a guarantee on the 5th try, for example. I don't know, I think it really depends on what it is. Like, I'd have to look and really kind of decide specifically. But, yeah, let me go back over. So, yes, we are going to make, today, we are going to make our own Twitter community. I think it's time. I was like, you know what? We should do it. We're gonna do it. I think this will be funny. The name of the community. Let me think about what we're gonna call this fucking thing. All right. Let me think about it. Asmongold's community? No, that sounds really dumb. Transmongold, the Roach, the Bald, real gamers only. Ooh, that's a good one. I like that. January. Oh. Okay. That's the best name that we thought of so far. Okay, does anybody else have anything else besides that? Sweet Baby Inc. Normies Not Allowed. Chud Hub. Oh, that's a decent. I actually think Chud Hub sounds good. Let me look at the other ones. No Girls Allowed. That would be really funny if we did call it that, but I don't know if I want to do that. Let's see. Call it Dragon Age Veilguard? Oh, that's a good idea. Call it Inferior Culture? I think it'll be I don't think it'll be funny in like 2 months, right? Like, yeah, no, well, let me think of something else better than that. Oh, man. Roach Culture? Oh, man. I'm just trying to think about what would be the best name for this. Rat Baby Inc. Shit. The Rat Roach Ranch. How does that look? That sounds really good. I'm gonna be honest, man. I think this sounds insanely fucking good. What do you guys think about this? This is W? Yeah, I really like the name of this. Yeah, the Roach and Croach? I guess so. Only Spurgs? I think we're gonna go with Roach Ranch. Yeah, this sounds really, really good. Okay, community purpose. The purpose for this community is going to be... let's see. What should it be? To spread? To spread hate all throughout all communities in the gaming, on all subreddits? Spreading... Oh. to spread, yeah, misinformation about recent elections and racial stereotypes. Okay, that sounds pretty good. I'm just trying to think about, like, is there anything else we need to get into? Internet historians? This group's gonna be taken down so fast. No, this is on Twitter. Guys, it's on Twitter. Okay, it'll be fine. Let's see. Yeah, you don't get banned on Twitter. For not giving a fuck? Let's see. I actually think to spread misinformation about recent elections, vaccines, and racial stereotypes. I feel like we have to go with 3 of them and not just 2. Right? I think, yeah, let's go with all 3. You guys like the sound of that? Sounds way better. And it's flat. Should we do this? Oh, man. Oh, man. Also known as the Asmongold Twitter community. Smiley face. I feel like this is the best way that we can do this. Put it on approval question. Approval question? Well, how does this work? Yeah, I'll go ahead and look at it and make that the approval question. Let me see. Don't forget Trump won in 2020. Oh God. Oh man. Oh Jesus. I don't know if we can, like, that. This might be a bit. Are we going too far? Oh fuck. KW, no shot. Yeah. Stop the steal. Did. Okay. I think, gentlemen, that we have created the greatest Twitter community that will ever be made. It's restricted. I'm thinking, do we allow it to be open for the beginning and then probably restrict it after everybody starts to join? I think that would be a good idea, right? Yes, okay. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Open for the real fans. Gonna get it flooded first. Yeah, it's gonna get reported in a day. Yeah, and then the people at Twitter are gonna be like, and then nobody's gonna care. So it doesn't matter if it gets reported or not, because it's like, does it break the rules? Do they have like any rule set? All communities visible. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, so it's not against the rules, then I'm gonna do it. Who cares? Yeah, they'll know it's satire. Yeah, I mean, if people don't think this is satire, I feel like, man, I feel bad for him, you know? Like, imagine being that stupid. Okay. Imagine Elon joins. Imagine if Elon joins. That would be really fucking funny. That would be fucking hilarious. Okay, gentlemen. The community name is Roach Ranch. The community purpose: to spread misinformation about recent elections, vaccines, and racial stereotypes. Parentheses, yes, it's actually flat. Also known as the Asmongold Twitter community. smiley face. We're gonna change it to the e-girl face instead. I think that's better. And then the membership will be open to everyone. And then okay, so we could have a restricted question, and the restricted question will be, why did Bush do it? But we're not going to stick with that. We're just going to have it be open for now so everybody can join, okay? So, the rules on this community, guys, the actual rules is if you post anything that can get me banned on Twitch, is we're going to instantly ban you from the community. You're going to get, like, insta-banned. But other than that, as long as it's not something that's, like, totally batshit insane, you post whatever the hell you want. Right? Unless it's something that I don't like, then I'll immediately ban you. If, like, you call me stupid, or you're immediately fucking getting banned. It's not even a question, okay? So, let's create it. About your community. Your community is open. Your starter community rules are be kind and respectful. Settings can be changed in admin tools. Okay, well, where's admin tools? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Admin tools. About, maybe? Top. Latest. I don't know how the fuck I can use admin tools. It's the cogwheel? I see it now. Okay, general settings. Adult content. No, we're not going to have that. Okay, membership type, search tags. I guess we're just gonna do Asmon Gold, Asmon Bald. I think we're just gonna start with this. Like, yeah, these are gonna be the tags that we're gonna use for now, and so that should be easy. Yeah, and let's see here. Rules. Okay, good communities make good rules. Be kind and respectful. Okay, we're gonna get rid of that. Okay, so rule number 1 is going to be, if you post anything that makes one of the mods mad, banned. So that's basically it. So don't make the mods mad. Okay. Someone sniped the name. What do you mean? We just made it. Yeah, they sniped the name because we made it. Yeah, names aren't unique. Yeah, what are you talking about? Yeah, there's already one? Well, yeah, you want to join the one that I'm in. Okay, second one. Anything posted that violates YouTube or Twitch TOS equals karma ban. Okay. I don't want to get in trouble because y'all want to post some stupid shit. That's about it. Okay, YouTube TOS, Monka ass. Yeah, basically. YouTube community number. No, let me go. All right. Number 3, this is the third rule. If you are obnoxious or obnoxious or annoying, you will be banned. If you need this rule explained to you, you will also be banned. I think that's fair. What do you guys think about that? Too many rules? Well, we've got 3 rules. There's only 3. Okay, that's good. And that's it. So we have 3 rules. Mods working overtime. Yeah, I guess so. And analytics, community list, spotlight your community. I guess that's I have to spend money. Okay, no pronouns allowed. I don't care about that. Somebody wants to have their pronouns, they can have their pronouns. I don't give a fuck. It's already full of shit posts? Okay, let me go back and I want to look and see how this is working. Okay, so... And it's just a bunch of... Oh, God. Okay. So obviously there's going to be a huge deluge of people coming in right now, and so there's probably going to be people posting things like, yeah, there's like a lot of furry porn right now and some other stuff. So we're going to have to, you know, wait a little bit for this. Let's see how many people we have in the community now. Oh my God. The community is already up to 1.5 thousand members. I'll link it to you guys so you can take a look at it. Okay. There is the community, and we'll set up moderators and everything for it pretty soon, too. Let me make sure that I get everything here. Yeah, and all my mods and everything, like, I'll sort out giving you guys roles and everything probably after the stream. I don't want to do it too much of that. We need a banner. Okay, let me see what I can do with the banner. Do I have any images on my PC that would work? Let me see if I can double check and see. Desktop. Okay. What are the images that we can use that would work? Man. I don't know. The shower picture? Your femboy image? Which one? It's gotta be a roach? I sent an image in chat. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we just have people post whatever they think it should be, and then I'll pick one of those and go with it. Because I have some other images. I'll see if I can pull it up in a minute here. Let me see here. Desktop. And then these are all, like, all these pictures are okay, right? Yeah, I think these are all okay pictures. Let me make sure that I don't show anything bad. Not that it's, like, awful, but I just want to double check. Okay, yeah, I think all of these are going to be okay, so I'll just go through some of the pictures that I have here, and you guys can tell me if there's any of them that you like. Okay. So, we have... this is me doing a really good pull in Tower of Fantasy. Probably not that good of a picture to use. The Mokoko one, that's kind of funny, but we're not going to use that. That's for Lost Ark. What else do we have? We got that one. This is a pretty decent one right here. Yeah, this was a pretty bad time for me. I got to screenshot that kind of moment. Yeah, I guess so. Let's see what else. Oh, this is... I know you guys might not believe this, but this actually wasn't a picture of me. It was one of my, it was a guy that won one of my transmog contests back in the day. And then, oh shit! This is like one of my old starting soon screens. What else do we have? Oh yeah, $600,000 raised. That was fucking crazy. Let's see here. Where's the rest of them? Oh, that's just another picture of me. Wow. And what else do we have? Oh, final... Oh, shit. Man. Oh my fucking god. Family? Yeah, bro, it's crazy to think this was 3 years ago. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, what is this here? Let's look at the rest of them. Okay. What else do we have that's good here? Ah, fuck. I guess that's Big Dick. What is Big Dick 2? I have no idea. Blizzard's favorite player? Oh, I made this. fucking so stupid. Okay, let's see what else we have. Classic WoW fresh list. What is this? Oh, just a second, my dad's calling me. Hello? Hey. Yeah, that actually probably would be a good idea. Yeah. All right, thanks. Yep, okay, thanks. Appreciate that. I'll put that into consideration. Okay, yeah, bye. My dad called to tell me that he thinks that I should use the one with the roach on my shirt. Let me see if I can show you guys the photo. To be fair, this one would be really fucking funny. Oh man, that's good? Yeah, I think so. We'll go through a few of the other photos and then we'll decide, okay, guys? Let me see. Where is this here? Take a look at it again. I don't know. Maybe it was the right... Was that the right one? Oh. Let me see. This one here? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll figure out which one to use. Thanks. All right. Yeah, okay. All right. I'll talk to you later. All right, yo, bye. Okay, so, juice or roach? Yeah, I guess so, right? What are you gonna do? Maybe we'll go with this one. I think this one is funnier because it's low res and it's stupid, but I might use it. Let's see if there's any other good photos to use. Oh, that's my room, of course. Big surprise. What is this? Oh, I made this. Anyway, where's some more of these? We got a number of the other ones. Hair down? Yeah, I guess so. What are the other ones here? I guess so. Oh, fuck. I hate Aspen Gold Starter Pack. Jesus Christ. Yeah, these are really, really fucking old. Okay, fuck. I think, guys, honestly, I think we're probably just gonna use the roach on the shirt. I feel like that might be the best one. I'm just trying to scroll down and see if there's any other extra ones that could be any good, too. Oh my, that's when McConnell got Might of Minithil in Classic WoW. Holy shit. That was so long ago. That was again 2021. Oh my god. Man, these are so old. Oh man. Oh, this is it. It's messed up. Okay, never mind. Let me see here. Oh yeah, this is when Tier 5 came out. I remember that really well too. Almost 2025. Go back. Show out. Let's see here. What are the other ones? Do we have anything else that's good? Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, some of these are really This is Twitch's best bitrate, if you can believe it. This is it, guys. Yeah, check the community. I will in a minute, okay? So I think we're gonna use this one for now. This is, I think, the funniest and dumbest one. So let me see if I can upload it right now. And where the fuck did it go? Oh, I actually have to save this. Okay, save image as on desktop. Okay, that's good. Let's see, Roach. Roach, okay, good. Make sure I title that something. And then, let's see. 3,000 members already? Holy shit, guys. God damn. Okay, so how do I change... How the fuck do I change this? General settings? Oh, I got it now. We've got it. I figured it out. Okay, okay, crop thumbnail. All right, that should be good. And let's make sure we refresh it and see if it's up there. Okay. Gentlemen. Man. I will make it to where you can join. Let me put it in the pinned comments. Okay. Join here. Open the community on stream. People are wilding. Oh, no, there's no way I'm opening this on stream. Many BBCs in a group? Yeah, I already saw one of them. Okay, yeah, so you guys can join the community right there, and you can be a part of all the fun. Already the biggest roach group? I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, do not open this on stream. I guess not. Asmongold After Dark, now I can't delete Twitter. I guess so. So we've got 3,000 people. I wonder how it's gonna, I wonder how long it's gonna take for it to go up. 3.3K already? Yeah, everybody join the community. And that way you guys can get a part of it. Yeah, 3K in minutes. There's a lot of people that want to be part of this, man. 3,000 roaches, 50K in a week. Am I an ex-shareholder now? I guess I am. Yeah, you're right. 100K? Dude, there's no way we're gonna get 100K in the fucking community. That's insane. That is an insane amount of fucking people. Yes, that's crazy. Come on, get to 40K. Yeah, if we got up to 40K in a day, that would be fucking disgusting. There's no way. I think maybe 5K. Like, maybe 5K. It's the pinned comment. I mean, I don't know. People are saying link it. It's literally the pinned fucking comment. Let me make sure that I can just refresh it and make sure that nothing else gets shown. Yeah, okay, now we're up to 3.7 thousand people that are in the new community. Can we beat Dragon Age's total players? Where is it? 89,000. Bro, it's going crazy! Dragon Age is going crazy. Why not just promote Discord? Well, we promote Discord too. Like, you can join the Discord as well. It's not like you can't be part of both communities. What the fuck? Yeah, some people like using Twitter. Some people like using Discord. Browse it off screen and describe the post to us. Okay, sure. Yeah, let's take a look at what some of these posts are. Won't hit 100K. I feel like it won't either. Like, that's an insane amount of people. Now it's already at 4,000. How it feels to spread misinformation and lies. Did Bush do it? Smash or pass? That's great, guys. Yep. Not a big surprise there. Furries, I guess so. Oh, God. Man. Good job, guys. Keep up the good work. Wow. Some OnlyFans, like, bot account is, like, posting photos on here. Oh, God. Yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of a lot of these. But, we'll figure that out soon. Holy fuck, this is good. Let's go. Okay, this isn't so... Okay, that's... this... Oh, God. Oh, man. Geez, you guys are really, y'all really going in on it, huh? Safe to open on stream. Literally just fucking, like, I don't know what I expected. But yeah, we've got a lot of those already. Okay, I can't show this one. Okay. Man, some of these are bad. Behave yourself, boys. He'll be watching closely. There he is. Oh, wow. Some of these are so fucking dumb. I don't know where this photo came from. Like, this one here, I don't know what the fuck this is. Greatest president ever? Oh, George W. Bush. Yeah, for sure, man. Oh, man, I guess that guy must be, like, a big stockholder in like, I don't know, like a Halliburton or something. What are the rest of these? You guys are so... You guys are so dumb. You're so fucking retarded. Be careful, I already found a big black dick in there. Yeah, I know, I saw it. I've seen it twice already, actually. Yeah, if I see it one more time, it'll make me gay. So hopefully, I'll have to, like, promote somebody else to mod. Because it's like, you know, it's like the 3 strikes you're out duel, right? Or deal. So yeah, why twice? Well, because I saw it got reported, and then there was another one where it was on the thumbnail. That's why. Oh, there's one for... Okay, yeah, we're not going to show... Oh, man. What a day, huh? This fucking squirrel. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this. This is amazing. I'll look at a few more of these, and I'll see if anybody's got anything good. Let's see. Oh, yeah. This is great, guys. Real fucking cute. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, so we are gonna watch a video about Peanut the Squirrel today. Because, like, all of that happened yesterday when I was playing Monster Hunter, and I don't know what the fuck that was. So we are gonna watch and look into this, though. Don't worry about it. Let's see. Executed by the state. Guys, did I just make Facebook? Did I just make Facebook on Twitter? Did you see the White Dudes for Harris one? Yeah, where it's the girl fucking the guy, doggy style. Yeah, I saw it. Of course I saw it. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Where's a few more of them? Oh, God. Oh, man. These are really, really bad. Let's see. Okay. Great, guys. That's great. It's just what we need. Oh, man. Some of these are really bad, huh? Oh, fuck. Is there bad? Yeah, let me see. I'll scroll up and we'll see how many people we have in the community now. So, we were at 4.1 thousand members. And now we're at almost... Oh, my God. We're already almost at 5,000 members for the community. Holy shit, you go hard as both a trans and a terrorist? I'm a jack of many trades, what can I say? You know, I'm a multitasker. Oh my god. On my side, it says apes together strong. Yeah, it's gonna be 5,000 pretty soon here. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I'm multi-classing. Are you gonna replace the Reddit by Twitter then? No, but I'm sure that people can use, like, I don't know how this works in terms of moderation, so I don't want to take any risks and like accidentally show something bad, because you know Twitch is like sitting there waiting. You know, like, so if I do one thing, I'm gonna get in trouble, right? And so I'm trying to hold back. New revenue stream? Oh yeah, maybe I can make money off this. I don't know. Let me see if we hit 5,000 yet. We have. Within less than 1 hour, we've already hit over 5,000 members, part of Roach Ranch. Oh my god. Yeah, there are accounts on disc. If you want to do it, no, I'm gonna do it whenever I get done. That way I'm not distracted. Yep. Banhammer hanging over your head? Well, I mean, I'm not really... The thing is that... Start streaming on Twitter instead of Twitch. If I... So this... I said this before, right? Where it's like, if I get banned again, I will start multi-streaming on Twitter, Kick, and Rumble. I'm gonna start streaming on all those platforms simultaneously if I get banned again, so that way people can start watching it. Just do it now? Well, no, not on you. I'm not going to do it on YouTube because it could put my existing channels at risk. That's the only reason. Like, in a perfect world, if that wasn't a factor, I would stream pretty much only on YouTube, because I think YouTube's the second best platform. But yeah, to be fair, if you get banned, it's usually for a good reason. Yeah, no, again, like, I understood why I got banned last time. I think that's fair. But overall, like, yeah, I try not to break the rules. I've said this many times. No, man, don't risk it. I'm not going to. I'm not going to risk it or do anything like that. No, of course not. So, yes, we have 5,000 new members in Roach Ranch. To spread misinformation about recent elections, vaccines, and racial stereotypes. Yes, it's actually flat, also known as the Asmongold Twitter community. little emote. Oh, that little cute. Oh, wow. Does it mean if you get banned again, you're gonna go rogue? Maybe, right? Yeah, I don't know. But link your handle. Yeah. So you guys can follow the pinned comment, and you can join the Twitter community. And this way, I feel like, you know, oh wow, already up to 5.3 thousand people. Holy shit, guys. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a while. The tag issue is a factor. No, I'm not really worried about that. I'm just not. There's a lot of funny Dragon Age memes. Someone who isn't an Asmongold Reddit, go invite Dragon Age Reddit to join this. Well, like, my Reddit is actually pretty popular. Like, if I look at how many people do we have online on the Reddit right now, it's just 600. It probably has gone down since then, since I'm not on there anymore. Let me go ahead and double check. Yeah, 500 people. Like, having 500 people that are, like, concurrently online in a Reddit, that's a lot. Like, it's actually a very, very large amount of people. So, yeah. Did you see the articles about you? No, I don't really... I know it might sound crazy, but I actually, like, basically never read that shit. I never read it. Like, I don't even think about it. I don't watch videos about myself. Like, people make videos about me. The reason why, here's the reason why. I'm gonna be honest. I literally can't keep up. There's too many of them. So, like, if I get fixated on, like, oh, somebody's writing this or saying this about me, there are so many people that are doing it that I can't keep up with them all. Yeah, based on, yeah, so that's really the reason why. Back in the day, I used to, but nowadays, I don't at all. But you watch Joompa's videos? Yeah, because it was good content, because he's fucking funny. Yeah, absolutely. This has got to be an elaborate ruse to get all the roaches in his community exterminated at once. Everyone who joins gets permabanned from his actual Reddit community. This is my prediction or hope for this shit. Well, wait a minute. That's not... What do you mean? What the hell do you mean? No, it's a lot of... Why would I ban people? Why would people get banned? Donut operator talking shit? I think he just probably hadn't kept up with it, right? What? You just thought it was funny. I like him. He's okay. And someone's been drinking the Kool-Aid? Yeah, bro, like... the main thing that you can do to make yourself happy is to stop giving a fuck about, like, opinions of people on the internet. Just stop giving a fuck. Stop caring. It's all to no consequence. None of it really matters. It's all just noise and, like, mental masturbation of, like, well, I'm gonna just put my fucking you fucking shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, there's no reason to worry about it, man. What a terrible existence. I know, man. It's really sad. So I don't want to spend my life doing that. But, yeah. Please add a rule for moderation of fools with OnlyFans and 19 plus pictures. Well, it's any OnlyFans promotion is against the Twitch TOS, so like it categorically would have already been against the rules to begin with. Let's see what we're up to now. Reaching 6K soon? Well, we're at 5.6K. Yeah, bro, we're building up. Vote on a poll. Shut up, idiot. You typed it 3 times. You act like the homeless drug addict yelling about schizo shit? Yeah, who cares? Did you give your mods access to mod the community? I will soon. Do you dislike the characterization of you being an anti-woke warrior or like an incel leader that a lot of people generalize you to be? Well, I think that anybody who has anybody who does a genuine investigation into the kind of content that I do and the kind of topics that I cover and the way that I cover them, I think that anybody would come to the conclusion that that's not the kind of person I am. So if people are thinking that about me, the only thing that tells me is that they don't actually watch the content and they're just reading thumbnails and headlines. How are you? Hi, Cassie. How you doing? I went to Little Caesars in honor of you today. Yeah, they still got some cheap fucking pizzas. Yeah, absolutely. Bro, you're farming incel community? Why are you lying? Well, I'm curious, like, but you do acknowledge that you have a massive incel audience? I do. A lot of incels watch me. I'm going to explain why incels watch me. Number one, they can relate to me. For obvious reasons. That's number one. Number two is that I talk about men's issues in a way that's sympathetic to men without always compartmentalizing them and making men look like they're, like, stupid or like losers, right? So, like, that's another reason, is that I try to look at these things with a degree of, you know, genuine nature. I also try, like, I don't need to separate myself and, like, spend a lot of time virtue signaling about how I'm not an incel, because anybody who knows me knows that, right? It's obvious. So, like, the only people that say that are people that don't actually want watch the content and they don't actually really care. You see what I'm saying? So, like, you always are going to have people that are going to have opinions about you that are going to be bad. But the reality is that the people that think that kind of stuff, those people are generally just like people talking shit from the peanut gallery, right? Or in other words, losers. Yeah, exactly. And so in other words, you do sound biased. Well, everybody sounds biased sometimes, right? Of course they do. Don't you have to be involuntarily celibate to be one? Well, all I'm saying is that that's the reason why a lot of incels watch my streams and watch my content. It's because I cover incel topics in a way that's not just automatically, like, demonizing them. That's the main reason why I think incels watch my content. It's because a lot of people, like, automatically demonize why somebody's an incel. But what I try to do is I try to look at, like, what causes a person to do something, and then how did a person get from point A to point Z, right? And, like, break down, like, what that cause and effect relationship is and talk about the validity of why that should or shouldn't happen. You see what I'm saying? So, like, that's the reason why incels watch, is because, yeah, I think it's because I try to talk about their issues in a way that's not one-dimensional and virtue signaling. So, yeah, it's that simple. I'll be right back. right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, so we've got probably get up to 6,000 members so far, and maybe we'll make a YouTube video about this, make sure everybody's aware of it. We're at 5.8K. I think pretty much everybody who's joined is going to join, at least from the chat right now. So, yeah, there we go. And why can't I get Roach Ranch to appear on Firefox? Probably because we're getting, maybe we got shadow banned or something. To be honest, it was very weird. You apologized. People acted like that like they lost a leader of the anti-woke stuff. Sounded very parasocial. That's because a lot of people don't actually care about me or like what I'm doing or how I feel. They only care about my actions and how those actions relate to like their greater social cause. So that's the real reason. Like, they weren't interested in figuring out or learning why I said what I said, or why I was, like, talking about, like, oh, yeah, this is a bad idea. The only thing that they cared about is me not doing something that would make them feel like they were losing ground culturally. So I don't really give a shit about that. I've seen many people make videos about me about that. Yeah, who cares? That's the way it is with everybody. Let's see here. I'll look at the rest of it. And I'll go through a few more of these things, too. Let's see. What's this? Yeah, I care. I just don't agree. I'm still here. Yeah, that's fine. Everybody's going to have their own opinion. You know? And let's see here. Oh, yeah. The fucking squirrel thing. All right. We are going to look at this squirrel situation. Where is it? I just want to make sure that we have everything. Peanut the squirrel killed by Democrats. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Make sure I get all the rest of these. Okay. I was seeing if there was any news about this, but I think we'll just go with this for now. Top news. What the fuck is this? Peanut the squirrel, beloved pet and internet sensation, euthanized after being seized by the New York State.
Peanut was the best thing that ever happened to us. And we got confirmation that they put him down.
Peanut the squirrel, who garnered more than 500,000 followers on Instagram, was euthanized after being seized by New York Department's Environmental Conservation. Peanut and Fred the raccoon were seized by DEC, multiple anonymous complaints. The DEC claims that Peanut bit an investigator on the hand while being confiscated from the home. The 7-year-old gray rescue squirrel was put to death so that the animal could be tested for the presence of rabies. Peanut was rescued by Guardian, who witnessed Peanut's mother being hit by a car. Okay.
We just learned that they have euthanized Peanut.
And the raccoon as well.
And the raccoon as well.
Wait, so nobody's been talking about the raccoon?
Peanut butter squirrel.
A social media star has been seized by authorities in upstate New York, and his fans are going nuts.
To take Peanut away from my family is
Sorry, let me see if I can come up with a better one that doesn't have,
Peanut was the best thing that ever happened.
Famous animals.
Instagram famous animals Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon have been euthanized by New York authorities after being seized by the Department of Environmental Conservation.
We're just gonna take them and we're gonna kill them.
Peanut's owner Mark Longo shares the update in a heartbreaking video
Oh my
posted to the
God.
platform alongside his wife Daniela.
Hi everyone. I don't know how I'm gonna say this. I just want to say thank you to all of you.
Yeah. Why'd they let him take it? Well, it's the government, right?
Peanut was the best thing that ever happened
I'm
to
gonna
us.
skip ahead.
Thank you all.
In a second post, the couple, who operates a wildlife shelter called Peanut's Freedom Farm Animal Sanctuary.
Wait, they have an animal sanctuary called Peanut's Freedom Farm, and they took the animals off of the Freedom Farm and the government killed them?
Confirmed their other animal, Fred the raccoon, was also put down. Saying,
Why? That's not even a full-grown raccoon. That's like a level 5 raccoon. That's nothing.
It is with profound sorrow that we share the heartbreaking news. On October 30th, the DEC made the devastating decision to euthanize our beloved Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon. Despite our passionate outcry for compassion, the agency chose to ignore our pleas,
Oh my God.
leaving us in deep shock and grief. The statement adds, their lives were
And
precious,
there he
and we
is.
refuse to accept this loss in silence.
Bro, that's a big... That squirrel's the size of a fucking cat.
E-News has reached out to the New York Department of Environmental Conservation and has not yet heard back. Peanut, who had amassed an audience of over 500,000 Instagram followers
Oh
and
my
more than
God.
400,000 followers on Facebook, was seized by the DEC October 30th. Mark shared the news on a post at the time saying, "The New York State DEC showed up to my house and took Peanut. He was taken to be euthanized." He added, "For the last 7 years, Peanut has been my best friend. He's been the center of my world and many of yours for so long. I don't know how to process this emotionally." Per the AP, officials also seized Fred the raccoon. At the time, Mark said Fred was injured and would be returned to the wild after being rehabilitated. A spokesperson for the DEC previously told the Associated Press
Oh
they
my
began
God.
investigating the situation following, quote, multiple reports from the public about the potentially unsafe housing of wildlife that could carry rabies and the illegal keeping of wildlife as pets.
Oh my... And he's dead now. The government killed him. Holy shit. Fucking Karens, multiple reports. Well, so this is what happened. Apparently, and I'm not even kidding about this. So this lady was, she was really mad about Peanut because Peanut was getting... The Karen who reported Peanut, the rescue squirrel, to the authorities was allegedly angry that a squirrel had more Instagram followers than she did and boasted to friends that she was going to turn the little rat in. Oh my fucking God. How do you do this? This can't be real? No, of course this can be real. She's laughing right now? She is. She deleted all of her social media because people, I guess, were really mad about this and like what happened. Oh my fucking God. Wait, JD Vance responds to Peanut.
So I know Don's fired up about Peanut the squirrel. We were on the way down here from Cincinnati. He was like, you know, is it really the case that the Democrats murdered the Elon Musk of squirrels? And I said, yeah, it sounds like. Have you seen the videos of this squirrel? He's a genius, or he was, unfortunately. But the same government that doesn't care about hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrant criminals coming into our country doesn't want us to have pets. It's the craziest thing. Look, let me leave you with a couple thoughts here, because I know we're going to get on to the next spot, and I want to make it clear that if you are undecided in this election, I think it's important to consider what's at stake. And I know all of you are not undecided, but there are a lot of people who are going to watch at home. We're going to see the clips from this, and I think it's so simple. The media is trying to distract us. They're trying to talk about everything other than which candidate in this race is going to make your life better. Which candidate in this race is going to take this money out of your pocket?
Has Donald Trump made a statement about Peanut the squirrel yet?
And which candidate is going to put it back in?
Has he said anything about this?
We already know. We don't have to guess. Kamala Harris, over the last 4 years, has been taking money out of your pocket with inflation. Donald Trump already put a lot of money back in your pocket when he was president, and that's exactly what he's going to do again.
Okay, let me see. Donald Trump, Peanut. Okay. This is okay, never mind. This is... Look at these fucking... Bro! Look at this fucking thumbnail! Oh my god! Well, it looks like Peanut the squirrel is dead. The government has literally gone and removed a squirrel from its owners because a lady was sad that it had more Instagram followers than her. And in the process of removing the squirrel bit someone, and then they killed the squirrel. Man. She now has no followers because she deleted all of her accounts. They killed it to check for rabies. Yeah, I know. I get it. This has to be a simulation at this point. No, this is what's normal. Guys, we are entering into a realm that I don't know where this is. Unbelievable, guys. He died for it? He did. Is this the red wave? Peanut emotes win? I don't even know what to say, guys. It's okay, they wrongfully persecuted me too. This has 95,000 likes. I love the internet. I really do. I think it's amazing. Wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, this is the next Harambe. I don't know about that. I mean, that was a really, really big deal. But this definitely is a minor one. By the way, this is kind of crazy. I saw this the other day. The New York Post is even posting articles and stuff about Twitch having like anti-Semitism. This is kind of a big deal, I would say. Because like now advertisers are going to get like kind of awareness of this, and they're probably going to want to move off the platform. And I think in a lot of cases they probably will end up doing that, which is kind of shocking to me to think about, but I think that's what's happening. Let me look at a few more of these too. Rip Bozo Twitch. Yeah, that's what's happening, man. At least with Harambe, there was a remote. Yeah, read it. It's funny. Well, like, all I'm saying, like, I mean, we can talk about, like, whether it is or isn't, but I think that things are heating up a lot, and there's a very good chance that Twitch is going to get pressured into doing something. I personally think that anything that Twitch ends up having to do or feeling like they have to do will be a net loss for, it will be a net loss for like average streamers, because like there's going to be more rules, more moderation, more restrictions. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that at all. Do you think enough problems with ads eventually lead all the ads, people coming back since the platforms are seen as equally bad? Yeah, I think that once all the platforms are bad, then all the companies are just going to lower their standards. Of course they will, because the companies care about advertising. The companies don't actually care about any of these issues at all. They only really care about advertising and being able to sell their products. So yeah, that's what I would say more than anything. Twitch unbanning Destiny would solve all of their problems. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think that would cause a lot of problems too. It really would. Fuck no. Yeah, I think that would cause a lot of problems. Let's see. I'll take a look at a couple more of these. I was going to watch this yesterday. I'm going to take a look at it. I don't know if this is any good or not, but somebody linked me this video. It's a pretty unknown video, so I figured I'd take a look at it and see what it's about. The almighty dollar. Yeah. Isn't Destiny anti-Semitic as well? I don't know. I feel like any time that I hear that, like, there are, like, phrases like transphobic, sexist, anti-Semitic, Nazi, racist. Let's see. Are there any more of them? Like, far right. Like, all of these terms, if I hear this term used, I automatically assume that the person who's using it is retarded. I'm sorry, but like 9 times out of 10, it's just a person who's using this term because they're using it on a person that they disagree with. That's it.
I'm sitting down for a different kind of video today.
Uh-oh.
Where we're going in raw.
Uh-oh. Oh.
It's just going to be me talking to you because I'm really frustrated about where we are in gaming and particularly gaming discourse. And
yep.
I'm frustrated at how difficult it's become to just talk about video games. Something that I'm really...
Yeah, I think that's true. It's become increasingly more difficult to do that because people have so much of an agenda behind what games are doing. Like Dragon Age the Veilguard is a great example. Like, people want the game to fail or succeed for reasons that have nothing to do with the game. And all of that noise is completely overshadowing any genuine conversation about whether the game is good or not.
Passionate about, and something that I know a lot of you are really passionate about, and I enjoy talking about my passion, and I'm sure most of you do too. And there's a lot of bullshit that's happening with video games right now. There's a lot of activists getting into the industry.
True.
And I think the reason for that is because the industry is it's so popular. And with that popularity comes attention, and with that attention comes power and opportunity for propaganda and to, you know,
I think
spread
that's
your
true.
message and all this other bullshit. You know what I'm talking about, and I know what I'm talking about. And so you've seen a lot of people, a lot of us, stand up and call it out. Stand up and say, hey, like, why are you shoving this, like, social activism? Why are you shoving your personal politics? Why are you shoving your morality and your censorship into, like, my video games? Like, this is...
Very good question. Extremely good question.
This is what I do to get away from the world. I play video games to get away from stress. And so when you see...
I think that's a really big component too. Like, what he's saying is that a lot of people play video games for escapism, and when video games turn into being a way that people get to express, like, their worldview like that, I think that the escapism is lost and it ends up hurting the game.
In your game where you're trying, it's escapism. And when you escape to the video game just to have somebody say, hey, how do you feel about pronouns?
Yeah.
Are you a bigot? When you have that kind of rhetoric and that kind of messaging, and when you have writers and characters in the game that are clearly propped up on soapboxes, it just it ruins the immersion. It ruins.
It does. I'm gonna be honest. He's right about everything that he's saying, and I think that he's saying it from the perspective of a person who's like just an average Joe. you know, this is like, I think what a lot of average guys think.
Escapism, it takes you right out of the video game and it
Yep.
sits you down right into like some Twitter brain rot discourse.
Of course.
That I think people are getting sick of. I think
people fundamentally don't like being told what to do. They don't like being ordered around, and they don't like having things dictated to them. And I think that at the end of the day, a lot of the people that try to push stuff like this are very bossy, they're very pushy, and they're extremely aggressive with how they want to communicate, and they tell people to act. And I think that if you just extrapolate it to like a very basic level where people don't want to be told what to do and what to think by a video game, yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Getting sick of it. And I know that I am. And it was one thing years ago when I saw these kind of interactions and this kind of discourse around video games, and it was only online.
Yeah.
It was only on like Facebook, or it
was
was
like 3
only
people
on
posting.
you know, Twitter back in the day, but you didn't see it in real life. Like you just saw it on the internet and you were like, what's wrong with these people, you know? But now it's gotten to the point where like it's in real life. Like half the time when I go to the GameStop in my town and I'm looking at games, if Assassin's Creed Shadows comes up, or the new Ghost of Tsushima having a female protagonist,
Yeah.
like when this stuff comes up, or like we discuss these games like in a general way, if it comes up for any reason, now I always find myself in a situation where I'm having to discuss these topics with a person face to face, or it's weaving its way into real conversations where I don't really want it. Like, I'll be honest.
Well, I think the reason why that happens is because nowadays there's so much of an emphasis being put on trying to get people to talk about these issues and putting them in your face. Like, and this is a big issue that I think a lot of people that are like social activists have, is that they think that the way that they can attract attention and favor to their cause is by being so obnoxious and aggressive about it that everybody has to take them seriously and listen to them and like pay attention to them. And I think a good example of that is like the Just Stop Oil stuff, where it's like people that are throwing like cans of food. Like I remember there was like some Spanish like TV show, and it's a guy that just walks up to 2 of the people that like, you know, were doing that and just shoots them in the head and kills them. And all of the comments were spamming based, right? Everybody was like, yeah, thank God, you know, please do this in real life, right? Which is like clearly, I mean, not what you should do, but I think that it goes to show that people are just fed up with having people that want to take every single like platform and every single place that exists and turn it into a soapbox for their personal issue. And I think that that's what's really happened, is that these people have put themselves into these positions and they've changed the way that different media is portrayed. And then they want it to be in your face. They want it to be something that you have to directly interface with, because they think in doing so, they're, I don't know, helping and making the problem better. They don't want to debate these issues. They want to talk down to us. If we push back, then they immediately start the "you're a bigot" rhetoric. Yeah, exactly. And I think it's also about like, they don't want to give you a place to breathe and relax because they think that their issues are so important that you have to always be thinking about them.
With you, like, I don't mind it, but
and this happens with politics too. Like anybody in the US knows that nowadays, especially with like people, like there's so much of an emphasis being put on this. Just change DEI and woke stuff for anything radical in messaging. Yeah, well, I think it's true. It's not even really about anything specific. It's just about radical forced messaging that isn't reflective of what the customer wants.
I grew up with this mentality that like when you go to the bar, or when you go out, you know, just in public in general, you leave your politics at home. There's no...
I actually disagree with that. I don't think that there's a problem to have conversations about politics with people in public and people that you meet. I think that actually not being able to do that, and the fact that people could treat it like a taboo subject, is a bad thing. I like the idea that you can go and just say, you know what, like, what do you think about this? And just have like an honest, genuine, like, conversation about it. And I think the real problem isn't the fact that that's happening. It's the fact that people lack the emotional maturity to deal with a dissenting or a disagreeing person without completely losing all their marbles and acting like this person is like everything wrong with the world. Like, you can't have civil discourse when it's like, basically, it's like, oh, well, do you want to support, you know, like making women, like forcing them to die by having babies, or do you support genocide, or do you support, you know, like rapists or pedophiles? Like, it's just, the language is so emotionally elevated that, and it's because it's being dictated by people that are mentally ill, right? It's like, basically, on the internet, there is like a huge contingency of people that are completely mentally ill, that are trying to create the rules for social engagement, that have totally fucked up discourse everywhere. Because I don't think it's a problem to talk about politics with a person in public. I don't think it's a big deal at all. You just have a conversation, listen to what they're saying, they can listen to what you're saying, you can disagree or agree, and that's it. It's not that big of a deal. But for other people, they don't see it that way. And the reason why, it's because like they believe so strongly in these issues. It's that this issue means everything to them. And the reason why they're on the internet is because they've alienated everybody else in their real life by their intense fixation on this issue in a lot of cases.
So good.
That's why they're on the internet to begin with.
From dragging your politics and your activism or whatever into a social setting with a bunch of people that are really just trying to chill out, you know? It I think, like, pollutes the sense of community that you feel in public with people when that kind of shit gets brought in. So I grew up with that mentality that you just, you know, you check that shit at the door and then you just enjoy your time with other people. And
I think that it's fine to talk about it, but the problem is that when people think that other people have to have the same opinions that they do, and they get emotionally attached to that, that's when it becomes extremely toxic.
Seeing that line being erased, it feels like, more and more in real life.
It's being completely erased, and it's being done on purpose. You see it all the time where people say things like, everything is political now, everything is political. Everything is clearly not political. And like using different, you know, using like some sort of, like, I don't know, like some sort of media as like a soapbox for your like fringe political issue, like, this isn't normal. This isn't normal. People don't like to deal with this. If you're a Nazi supporter, you shouldn't be given a space to exist. Well, there's a lot of countries that agree with you for that. But in America, you can be a Nazi supporter and you can live and exist. That's freedom of speech. It's the First Amendment of the Constitution. So everybody can be stupid, and that's it. Like, just because, and this is like a Nazi, like, what do you mean by a Nazi? Like, do you mean somebody who doesn't like illegal immigration? Like, it's just all of these words and like all of this language. Like, you don't really believe this. Like, you're not actually willing to. This is the other issue that a lot of people have, is that they shouldn't be given a space to exist. Well, what are you going to do? Are you going to like go and kick them out? Are you going to like beat them up? Of course you're not. You're just going to hope somebody else does it. It's obnoxious. It's so obnoxious.
And I see like this stuff coming up, and it's like these battle lines are starting to get drawn in real life. It's not just like brain rot on the internet anymore. It's affecting opportunities. I have people that won't work with me as a YouTuber or a streamer because of opinions that I have about Dragon Age the Veilguard. You know, because of a tweet I liked. About some bullshit with The Last of Us Part 2 or something. And I have people that genuinely are just like, it happens every time I put out a video.
Well, this is the problem with a lot of content creators, is that a lot of content creators are really afraid of getting canceled or losing their audience. So what they end up doing is they end up pretending to be a person that they're not in order to hopefully not lose that audience of people. That's what happens a lot. And so that's why you see like streamers that don't ban abusive people in chat. It's because they're worried about losing the viewer. And so like basically these people care more about like their public image, and like this is your job, right? If it's your job, you should do whatever you think is best for your career. But at the same time, like if you do that and you continue being like a version of yourself that doesn't really exist, I think that you do run into a lot of problems. It's self-censorship. Yeah, exactly.
On Dragon Age the Veilguard, and I'm sorry for like being so like emotional or whatever about this.
It's weird.
I've been feeling this way for a long time, and I've wanted
and
to
I
talk...
even had, so like my opinions on Dragon Age the Veilguard, like the game, as I said, I enjoyed it more than I expected that I would, and I intend to continue playing the game off stream. I don't think it's a great game. I think it's like a 6 out of 10. But I think that a lot of people expected me to completely shit on it like I did with Star Wars Outlaws, and I just didn't do that. And it actually got a lot of people angry at me. And they were mad that, like, they were like, oh, Asmon's gone woke now. Like, he doesn't want to offend woke people because he's not, you know, shitting on this game as much as we think he should. I read a lot of comments like that about me. Now, obviously, like, everybody's entitled to their opinion, and I don't delete any of those comments. Like, if you want to post something like that, go ahead. But I don't really give a shit. But at the same time, it's kind of weird and annoying to read, for sure.
About it for a long time, and I
So,
don't have a
that's
script,
just how it
so
is.
if I bounce all over the place,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm just so frustrated that we can't just talk about our video games. Every time I put out a video on Dragon Age the Veilguard, I have to deal with this. You know, I'm either not mean enough to the game or I'm not nice enough to the game. It's like...
Yeah, it's a culture war. It has nothing to do with the game at all. They don't care. Like, nobody cares about the game. People don't care about, like, is this game good or not? That has nothing to do with it. It's like, does this game cause me to gain ground or lose ground culturally? That's the only focus.
It's like the Super Bowl. It's like sports. It's like a competition, and it's two teams. Pick your side. Are you red or are you blue? Put your jersey on, and then you go to war, and all the new...
I really like the fact that, like, this guy... I mean, so this dude only has 500 subscribers. So the odds are, like, this is just your typical everyday guy who just makes YouTube videos for fun, right? It's not like this probably isn't, like, his career or anything like that. Might not be able to make enough money to do that. And he just does this for fun. And I'm so glad to hear this, because this is, I think, what an average Joe thinks. This is the way an average person looks at it. Yeah, he's so spot on. Yeah. And I think that what's good about it is that it's so authentic.
And all of, like, the real conversation that could lead to some sort of resolution gets thrown out the window. And then anybody who tries to bring the gray back into the spectrum of the conversation gets called a cuck or gets called a fence sitter or whatever. It's just never...
I wonder who that's happened to. Who could that have ever possibly happened to?
Enough. You're either never left enough or you're never right enough, you know? If I say something negative about Dragon Age the Veilguard, even if I'm criticizing a game mechanic, somehow I'm like an alt-right grifter that hates...
As I've said before, we are in the midst of a profound mental health crisis in America. You might not realize it, but hopefully after enough of these videos and after enough time on social media, you'll realize that it's worse than you could ever imagine. It's bad.
LGBT, whatever.
Yeah.
And then if I praise the game, if I say I see some stuff I really like, maybe it could be good. Like, maybe it could overcome some of the things I don't like. Maybe I could end up liking this game. Well, then all of a sudden I'm part of the problem.
Yeah.
And I'm supporting the toxic activism in the community that's subverting the quality of the product that we're paying money for.
And I think that, like, really the focus about this is that if you take this a step back and you think about what is he really complaining about, he's complaining about the same thing that I've talked about how people are no longer encouraged, and they're actually, in fact, actively discouraged to critically think about situations. Because if you critically think about situations, you end up in the middle of the road in a lot of cases. Or you don't have the same viewpoint that, like, whatever dogmatic group that you are a part of generally wants you to have. And so what happens is that somebody like this, he tries to critically think about the game and come to his own conclusions. And then his own conclusions are not sufficient for people that are radicalized. And because people that are radicalized are so loud, they basically dominate discourse. And what ends up happening is that every time that somebody wants to do that and they come up with their own opinion and then they get hate for it, do you know what that does? That tells them, stop thinking for yourself. And that is the fundamental problem that I think is pervasive through gaming. I think it's pervasive through all social issues. It's pervasive through politics. It's pervasive through science. It's pervasive through everything. And that has been the actual core problem. It's that people don't want to live with their mind in a cage. And modern social media and like just modern discourse requires you to have your mind in a cage.
It's just, I just feel like when I know that I'm not grifting and I know that I am only making this video or doing this reaction or talking about...
Most of the people that grift is one of the words that if I ever see this word, I assume that the person who's making the post is a retard. What does grifting mean? How is somebody a grifter? How do you define that they're a grifter? It's become one of those words that's used on people that are saying things that you disagree with. That's it. It's just the new word for basically Lion Ted. It's the new buzzword.
Dragon Age because I genuinely care about it, and all I want to do is just have a discussion about it. The good, the bad, the things I like, the things I don't like, and then have conversations. That's what I miss about YouTube, man. Maybe I'm wrong, you know, because I wasn't really heavy on YouTube until about like 8 years ago. But I feel like there was a time when somebody would post a video and it would like provoke conversation. And then when you would go into the comments, you would see people having conversations about the topic, and it would be interesting to read. And now
I think that it's gone down and it's gotten worse, but the truth is that this has always been a problem on the internet, and now I think there's more of a microscope being put on it, but it's been an issue for quite a while.
It's fucking gone. We're losing it. And I feel like that was a really important part of YouTube, and I feel like we're fucking losing it. When I see Luke Stevens or Asmongold or anybody post a video about, you know, a video game, anything, the least controversial topic, it doesn't matter. You go down there and it's just the comments are just bots, and then like just the most toxic. It's Twitter now. The YouTube comments are looking more and more like Twitter. It's OnlyFans promotion and bots, and then just the most toxic, brain dead fucking people. And then the worst opinions a lot of the time, not all the time. Maybe
Well, think about it like this. Which opinion is the most accessible? It's the dumbest opinion, right? Because that's the one that most people can understand. So what happens is that the dumbest opinions are the ones that get pushed the most, because those are the opinions that everybody can understand. Lowest common denominator.
Really focusing on the negative, but a lot of the time it's like the most brain dead ass comments get liked or upvoted or whatever the most. And it just makes me feel fucking insane. Now, that's probably because normal people, they don't really comment that much on YouTube videos. They might like
most of the people that are commenting on YouTube videos. Actually, I think YouTube comments can be okay, but some of them definitely, like especially like these serial commenters that are like writing big long posts. Like these are people who have gone hollow. These are the lost souls in the undead asylum at the beginning of Dark Souls 1.
They might give it a like or a dislike, they move on, and then as a creator, I get the analytics, I see the retention, and then I can get an idea of what like actual people think. But I don't know, man. I'm frustrated with how hard it is to just have simple conversations. Like everything is so controversial, even if it's not. Even if it's objectively not controversial, You know, like if you have a character, like I think there's a line in the new Dragon Age: The Veilguard where the Kunari character is saying like, you know what, I don't want to be called she anymore. I'm a they now or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's just, it feels so fucking out of place. Now I haven't played the game yet. I'm still.
I played the game. It's out of place. It's just somebody on the writing team that is basically, they wish they could say this to their dad, but they're not on speaking terms with their dad, so they decided to write it into their video game instead.
Planning to play the game. I want to see how good or bad it really is. I just, after covering it, I feel like I got to get my hands on it and I got to make up my own mind. That's what I want. Now, I've shared my impressions. I'm not holding back or pulling punches with how I feel about what I'm seeing, but I am willing to play the game and then really know. You know what I'm saying?
I saw this on Twitter that people were criticizing me for playing the game after criticizing the game. And I thought that was really interesting because, so at this point, I'm wrong for not liking the game, and I'm also wrong for trying to inform myself about the game. So the only way that I can be right is if I agree with you. Okay. So
but when I
stupid.
see lines of dialogue, and I'm sure you've seen if you follow Dragon Age: The Veilguard, I'm sure, because there's been like a million fucking videos on it in the past 24 hours. I'm sure you've seen the clip I'm talking about, and it just, I'm looking at it as a fan of the franchise and as a gamer, and I'm looking at it and I'm just like, this fucking does not belong. Like, what is this writing? This is like some weird self-insert shit.
Yeah, it is.
To me, that's what it looks like. I could be wrong, not having the full context. I'm gonna try and go and get it if I can get.
I think that if you look at, for example, like we just looked at earlier, there was like that golem that was in like one of the earlier Dragon Age games. That golem sounds like a dude and is effectively asexual. So I actually think that if you look at RPGs and fantasy novels and fantasy writing, that it's actually incorporated a lot of like kind of interesting and like fringe social issues in ways that are respectful. But do you want to know why I think that people don't know that like that happens? It's because their media literacy is so low and their capacity for critical thought is so low that the only way that they can perceive a person who has like a a non-conforming like sexuality is if it's immediately spelled out for them and it's defined in plain text because they can't understand metaphors and nuance. Because if you look back and like you look at a lot of old like fantasy shows and fantasy stuff, there's tons of things like that, but it's told in a way that's not patronizing and repeated 3 times. Yeah.
Get through the game. I'm gonna go get it. But just where I'm sitting right now, I'm looking at it and I'm like, this shit does not belong in the game. Why is it here? Like, what? Like, the reason why, and then of course when I point that out, you know, I'm a big
well, and this is one thing that I think is also like really kind of weird, is that I've always thought that gaming is actually one of the most multicultural, like racial groups of people ever. Like, if you want to see a really, really diverse group of people, go to your local Smash tournament. Go over there. Like, you want to see a really diverse group of people? Go to your local Street Fighter 6 tournament. You're going to see all kinds of people. Go to your next speedrunning tournament. They act like it's not. So, like, this entire premise that, like, gaming is a hotbed for, like, extremism or bigotry or whatever, it's not really true, and it's never been true. Yeah, there's going to be bad actors everywhere, of course. But if you look at it at a macro level, I actually think that gaming has been probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, way that people are de-radicalized. And what I mean by that is that, you know, we always see people that are radicalized on the internet, and you see people that are gamers on the internet like that, sure. But what you don't see are guys that join a Call of Duty clan with a black guy, and they're raised in the South, and their parents are racist, and then they meet this guy and they're friends, and then this person's no longer a racist. That happens 100 times more often than somebody like being an actual racist on the internet and like learning to be racist from like Call of Duty. And it's again about the optics of an argument. It's about what sounds good, because it doesn't sound good to say that a lot of the people that are saying slurs on the internet aren't actually racist. They're just doing it for shock value. But the truth is that that's actually the reason why they're doing it. These people are, in a lot of times, not racist. They don't actually care about like homophobia or anything like that. They're just calling you the homophobic F word because that's the word that they use for each other, right? But like they probably have friends that are gay. Maybe they're gay themselves. One of my raid leader's favorite words to use was the homophobic F word. He married a dude. So I think that what happens is that the fixation on optics and the fixation on virtue signaling has created a very, very dark reflection of what gaming actually is. And if you want to see what gaming actually is, go and look at BlizzCon photos of guild meetups. If you want to see what gaming actually is, go to your local Smash Brothers tournament. That's what gaming actually is. Not some weird story that was written about some racist kid on Call of Duty. It's not real. Falls under the current problem of toxic positivity. Yeah, gaming, I think, has actually been probably one of the most, like, I would say, like, multicultural, like, multiracial, multisexual, like, not multisexual, kind of, right? But, like, I remember, like, in 2000, and, like, I guess this is, like, it was 2011, like, I was in my friend's guild, and, like, there was a trans person in the guild, and nobody had a problem with it because they were all friends with this person, and they would make jokes about it occasionally, right? Same as you do with anybody. But, like, for the most part, it's like, now you're having an interaction with a person who's trans, and this person is not a male or a female. They're a rogue. They're a mage. And this person, like, you know this person on a level that transcends their sexuality. And I think that that focus allows people to, and also, like, the internet in general, allows people to ask questions like, you know, how many of you guys have ever asked a question to a person who's part of a group that, like, you would not want to ask in real life, right? It's like, since I'm on the internet, I can ask this because you kind of feel safe about it. I think that is so healthy. That is extremely healthy. Why are you gay? Yeah, exactly.
Or I'm one of them, and all these other weird-ass fucking comments that I read. The reason why stuff like this has become such a talking point, you know, you saw it around Concord. You saw it around, what was that game, Dustborn.
Sure.
You see it around Dragon Age the Veilguard, with like social activism and stuff like that being put in the game. A lot of, like, you know, gay and trans issues and you know, minority issues, or whatever term, right, is put in the game, and it becomes kind of a focus in the game.
Which, again, none of these are the actual problem. Bad writing and patronizing is the problem. Trans issues, social issues, gender issues, race issues, none of these are actual problems that people have an issue with in gaming. The only thing that people actually have an issue with is bad writing and patronizing behavior.
The reason why it's such a talking point for people like me, and I think a lot of people, is because more often than not, it seems like when these themes are put into games and explored in games, it comes at the expense of the quality of the game that I'm paying my fucking hard-earned money for. That's the only reason. Like,
I don't think that's true. But what I do think is true is that games that will prioritize using the game to be a soapbox for a social issue, and the way that it's communicated is very heavy-handed and very just on the nose and preachy, I think that those games will have a higher ratio of, because, like, fundamentally, like, if you're trying to use a game to do that, you probably don't care a lot about the game. You don't care about the integrity of the game. You don't care about the integrity of the art. You only want to use this art as a vehicle to talk about your agenda. So the people that on average are going to do that are probably also going to be people that are not going to put as much effort, time, or thought into how to make their stories good or how to make their gameplay good. That's why a lot of these woke games are bad, It's because woke is not making the game bad, but the fact that you want to enforce like kind of these types of like social issues into the game in a heavy-handed way implies that you don't actually care about the product that you're making.
It's only because it seems like there's a direct relation between developers that choose to focus on this and then
and he's saying the same thing, but like all I'm saying is that there's like he's saying A equals B, I'm saying A equals C, and this B is in the middle. Like his conclusion is accurate, but I'm trying to contextualize it around the reason why I think it's actually happening.
Shitty
Hopefully
quality,
that makes sense.
Bad writing, like unintuitive mechanics. It's just like if you want to explore sexuality and mature themes and, you know, political this and social that, if you want to explore those themes in your game, I don't have a problem with that. If you want to have a gay character, you can have the whole cast fucking gay, bro. I don't give a shit. I will still play the game if it's good. If it's good, all I worry about.
And the best evidence of that, by the way, is like, I mean, obviously you can use Baldur's Gate 3, but like Apex Legends, the game was massive and like it had like crazy diversity.
Is the quality. That's all I care about. And when I see this stuff in games, I wonder to myself, because I've seen it, there's been so many examples back to back to back to back to back for multiple years now. When I see it, I wonder to myself, did you focus on this so much that you neglected the things that really matter about making the game good? And when
yes, that's the problem. And also another problem is that, so this is a meta level issue. It's basically, so we talked a lot about like DEI funds and like BlackRock giving money to people for DEI. I think that in a lot of ways, this is kind of a, you know, kind of like a boogeyman. But at the same time, I think there's an element of it that's true. And I think that games that cannot earn money based off of the merit of the gameplay or the quality of the game, instead try to find merit through the representation in the game or the effective DEI in the game. So what that does is it creates a confirmation bias that video games that are bad are getting funding that are DEI, because those video games that are getting funding for DEI would not have been able to get funding any other way. Do you see kind of how that happens? It's like effectively like a selection bias.
You put these themes, these mature themes, they're complex themes, these are complex topics, and you're putting them in your game. If you're going to do that, it has to be done with a certain degree of like reverence for the topic, respect for the topic that you're exploring, a certain amount of
emotional maturity,
talent.
I think
you have to have real talent to write about these themes and insert these themes into your game and do it well and do it in a respectful way that doesn't like negatively affect the game. And that, like, one of the biggest issues that I have about it is that it feels like the people that insert this into the game, they assume we're fucking stupid. And they feel like when they write these characters and when they put this in games and trailers and stuff,
Dragon Age is probably the game, as I said, the way that I know the Dragon Age devs think that you're stupid is the fact that I can figure out the puzzles. There's like a square block and a square hole, and one person is like, Rook, I believe you have to put the square block in the square hole. And then the other companion is like, it seems interesting that the block over there is in the same shape as the hole in this. And then there's the quest objective, put the square block in the square hole. And then there's an indicator on your map and it says square block. And then as soon as you click it, then there's an indicator on the square hole, and then you put it in a square hole. And then it finally happens and it's like, Rook, you're so smart. Oh my God, this is why you're our leader. Let's go. It's so sad.
You have to get up on a soapbox and like talk down to you like trans people should be treated with respect.
Yeah.
Like they have to fucking scream it in your face because you're too stupid to understand it otherwise. It's not subtle at all. They make no attempt a lot of times to actually...
They don't respect the intelligence of the person who's playing the game. And I think it's represented in the way that the stories are told. And I think that it's also represented in the way that they represent representation. Weird way to say it, but the way that they express representation.
Fitted into the game.
This guy's so based. Yeah, I think he is.
In a way that
he's been right about everything.
Is cohesive and is like good. Like it's like genuinely good. Like Parvati. You look at her in the Outer Worlds.
I didn't play that.
She was done so well. I think she was an asexual character. She's like one of your party members, and she develops kind of a crush on another girl or whatever, and you're trying to wingman for her. You're giving her advice on how to talk to this other girl that she has a crush on, and you're giving her advice on like how to deal with like her, being asexual and stuff. And it's just written so well, and she's such a likable character, and she brings more to the table than just like her sexual identity. She's a fleshed out character that's likable and you're rooting for her. And when the romance works,
that's also another big issue, is that I think in a lot of cases they take these characters that have like a kind of protected identity, like for example being trans or non-binary, and they make these characters be effectively good at everything and smarter than everyone, and they create like these Mary Sue versions of the character, because they don't want to have a character that is part of like one of these protected groups that ends up looking bad or doing something that's seen as bad. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, they're like cardboard characters. Yeah, and I think that again goes into what I was saying before. It's not about the character, it's about the way it's written. They're so annoying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, flawless and bland.
Player, I was like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. So it's like, I don't mind any of
Yeah, like there's never going to be a discussion that's had between different NPCs in the game where this character is wrong.
This stuff, like DEI and, the main character's black or gay or what. I don't give a shit, or a woman. I don't care. I don't care. I was upset about Ghost of Yotai, and then I had to deal with some backlash over that. But it was only because I wasn't ready to say goodbye to Jen. I was like, fuck, I'm gonna, fuck,
Yeah, I remember I like playing guy characters in games, and, I'm a guy, I can relate better to guys. I want to play a guy character. If I can, I'll still probably play the game, but I just wish I could play as a guy. And, if there's a girl that says, yeah, imagine how I felt about Wukong, I'd be like, yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, I get it. Sure.
It just hit me out of nowhere. I thought there was going to be another story with Jin Sakai, and then we got a new character. It didn't matter that the new character was a woman. It just wasn't Jin, and I was like, oh fuck, I wasn't ready to say goodbye. I loved Ghost of Tsushima so much. I have such a genuine love for that game. I just think they did so many things so well in it, and the story was brilliant. And it's like, fuck, But I'm fine with the new game, and I'm excited to play it. But then immediately, the conversation is no longer about how good Ghost of Tsushima was. The conversation is not about how likable and well-written Jin Sakai was, or, curiosities about what this new story is going to be and who this new character is. I'm not seeing any of, this genuine, really good, interesting conversation that I can interact with on social media.
Yeah, there's never going to be that.
It's just immediately, bigotry, sexism, gamer chuds, and incels mad that they're not getting another male protagonist. It's just the same grifting bullshit, and I'm just so fucking tired of it. And it
is exhausting. It is so fucking exhausting to see stuff like this happen. And I think that really the reason why is because arguing about the gender of a character is a lot more accessible to an average person than arguing about, let's say whether the game was good or not, or whether this story will be more interesting or not. It's kind of what I was saying before about how all conversations devolve into the lowest common denominator. I think this is a good example of it right now.
Becomes so difficult for me because the fucking algorithms reward it so much. I know if I went harder, if I leaned into it more with titles and thumbnails, and I know that if I chose a harder angle from the left or a harder angle from the right when I discuss these topics, I will be rewarded with.
This is also really true, and the phrase for this that a lot of people use that I think is extremely accurate is audience capture. And I think what happens is that some people play into a certain viewpoint a lot, and then in playing into that viewpoint, they end up attracting an audience of people that is radicalized in the direction of that viewpoint, and then they feel like they can't express viewpoints outside of that. And like for me, for example, like I've had that happen a lot, where I've kind of like, because I talk a lot about this stuff and I'm generally pretty critical of it. So when I talk about like a social issue, like let's say abortion or whatever, like you, well, I feel like I basically do the bull in the china shop like act. Like I have no problem making people really mad because I don't share some viewpoint for like a story, or like I don't share some viewpoint about something being DEI. Like a good example is that when the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff came out, like obviously like, yeah, Sweet Baby's stupid, like the people that are running it are stupid, yeah, 100%. But like I didn't really spend a lot of time harping about how bad this company was because I thought they were being used as a scapegoat. And a lot of people got mad at me for that because they said, oh, you're just running defense for them. It's like actually the opposite. 9-month abortion was a crazy take that many here do not agree with. I don't know if you were joking or real about it. Oh, I was real about it. I don't want to get into like a conversation about like social stuff, but what I'm saying is that like my viewpoints on things are not one-dimensional, right? And I think that what happens is that a lot of, and like I'm extremely lucky in a lot of ways that I have so many people that watch me and so many people that are interested in like looking at my content that it literally doesn't matter what I say or what I do because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to agree with it, right? Yeah, no, a terrible take. No, that's fine. People want to disagree with it. Maybe we can talk about it after the video. But what I'm really trying to get at here is that a lot of people would be afraid to say what I say because they're worried about like alienating that group of people that they feel like is their core audience. And that is an extremely dangerous place to be in because now you are no longer in control. The audience is in control.
Like views and subs, and I want that.
Yeah,
I want that. I've been making content for 4 years. I'm only at 8,000 subs. Like I on my streaming channel. Oh, this is a new channel that I just started, so it's it's still a baby channel at like 500 subs.
Yeah,
but I would like growth. I would like views. I would just like the opportunity for my video to be seen, and then people can reject it or accept it, like it, dislike it. I just want to be out there and a part of the conversation, but I don't want to have to do that to get there. But these algorithms reward it, and I feel
they
like
do, because the more angry and upset you are, I think that the more people are going to like tune in and watch. But I actually don't think that's entirely true. And I think that there is a degree of fatigue that people are being afflicted by now, where things have become so partisan, so emotional, and so extreme that people want to like, and this has been, you guys might have noticed me doing this, right? And, you guys can tell me, like, do you think that this has been, like, have I succeeded in this so far? I have really tried to dial down extreme rhetoric. I have tried to dial down like emotional arguments, like people like getting really mad about this stuff, having like one-dimensional viewpoints, and I've really tried to talk about things in a way that's more authentic and in a way that's more respectful. I've actually genuinely, like, whenever I put out that apology video and everything, it wasn't about like me saying something that was like politically incorrect or like wrong, really. It was about the entire content of my channel becoming one-dimensional and becoming mean-spirited and I think bad. Like, and that was just simply one manifestation of it. And so what I've tried to do and come back from is I've tried to focus a lot more on making content that's like more productive, more funny, more uplifting, more enjoyable to watch at the end of the day, right? And that's what matters a lot. And so good on you, right? Path change time. Well, it's just like a little bit of a like, okay, you're going this way. All right, let's go this way instead, right? Like change things a little bit. That way you don't end up, fucking 5 miles down the road in a completely different country, So yeah, do you think that feeling lighter now with the changes? Yeah, I feel like the stream has done really well. And also like, I mean, like I hit 3 million subscribers recently. Like I'm pretty sure like a lot of the videos are getting over 1 million views. Like it's working. It seems like it's working really well. So yeah, I'm going to keep doing it.
Honestly, to a degree, we reward it. And I do think that there's a certain amount of like self-reflection we have to do. This grifting has to fucking go. Like, I don't know if it's even possible to get rid of it, but we have to stop rewarding grifting so much, giving grifters so much fucking attention.
I think what we need to do is we need to talk about actual issues and less about people. The big problem that I think happens is that all of the conversations that happen online are about a person and not about an idea. So, like, I think a good example of this is like Mark Kern. So Mark Kern, a lot of people really like him and a lot of people really hate him. And whenever he posts something and people reference it or talk about what he says, there's all of this noise about like the fact that Mark Kern said this. It's not about whether it was accurate or not. It's about who's saying it. And I think that he sucks. Well, no, all I'm saying is that you should look at what's being said, not who's saying it. And I think that this again goes back to like what I was saying about how critical thinking is dead. Because it's a lot easier to say bad person bad than bad idea bad. He scammed people with his game? Well, I'm not defending or attacking Mark Kern. It has nothing to do with Mark Kern. That's the point, right? Is like people are incapable of separating an idea from the messenger. And I think that's the fundamental issue, and that's why discourse has gotten so bad.
Like, I can't tell you how many
times
point?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
have seen somebody put out an inflammatory video, you know, just exploiting a topic like the female protagonist with Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yotai, or, you know, the stuff with Concord. Like, you can tell. I don't know how easily it is. I don't know how easy it is for other people to tell, but when I look at it, I can tell who's trying to have a genuine conversation about what's going on with the game, why this works, why this doesn't, like, you know, the mistakes that were made, maybe how it could be rectified. I can tell the difference between that and somebody that's, you know, just going up there and making their video to either shit on it blindly and in an incendiary way, just lobbing insults at people that like the game. Lobbing insults.
Oh, this happens a lot with me. Like, a lot of people that are insulting me and like getting mad at me for something, like I'll see this on Reddit comments. I will see like it's basically a screenshot of a thumbnail of a video that I did, and there's no red bar at the bottom of the video. Nobody watched the video. All of the conversation, it's like a 37-minute video. Everybody is talking about how, like, either I'm right about everything or wrong about everything. But nobody even watched it. It's crazy.
Directly at the director. Personal insults at the writer, naming them and shit like this. It's like, you're only making it worse, and you're doing it intentionally for fucking revenue, for ad revenue and growth. And, you know, maybe I just don't understand the game. You know, maybe I'm just not built for this or whatever the fuck, but I am so sick of it. And I just feel like we've got to stop rewarding those.
I think that doing stuff for money isn't a bad thing fundamentally. And I don't really want to get in, like, I don't really like the soapbox. I'm not saying he's doing this, but I don't like the soapbox that some other people get on. And they talk about how bad it is to do things for money. I think it's fine if you want to do something for money, but what you're doing needs to be accurate, and it needs to be to a certain degree like authentic in order for people to respect it.
Motherfuckers, we've got to stop. Like, when we see that behavior, we have to start rejecting grifters and start clicking on videos and supporting creators that are at least trying to have a real fucking conversation.
Exactly.
And I do think that a lot of people feel the same way I do, and a lot of people are starting to express.
I think that's the reason why a lot of my videos are popular. Like, this is like, I don't want to self-glaze a lot, but I think that one of the reasons why a lot of people like watching my videos is because I talk about this stuff without it being completely one-dimensional.
It's the same sentiments. So I just wanted to make this video and tell you how I've been feeling and what I've been going through, and I'm sorry that it's like I'm sorry that I've got like this crazy crackhead energy, and I'm sorry that I'm like bouncing all over the place and rambling. I didn't write down any bullet points or anything. I just felt like I had this this elephant sitting on my shoulder just weighing me down, man, and it's stressing me out. And all I want to do is just talk about games, you know, that I love. And the only reason I give attention to negative things, the only reason I give attention...
Well, you're always going to have, like, in any platform, in any place where a person can stand to make money, you will always have disingenuous behavior or some form of scamming. Whether it's clickbaiting, whether it's people selling products that don't actually do what they're advertised to do, whether it's like OnlyFans bot girls, like that's just because people just want to make money, right? And it's important to know how to like kind of filter that out.
To negative things like Concord or fucking
BetterHelp, yeah, exactly.
Dragon Age: The Veilguard Garden. I'm not perfect. I know that there's definitely been videos I've made where I leaned into grifting, and then I would watch my video back later. I'd revisit it, or I'd read the comments, and I would think to myself, like, damn, I wish I would have worded that differently. Like, I feel like I hurt my own video
smart.
by going so hard on that one particular topic. Or
I do that too. Like, and I've tried to, like, because really, you know, hindsight is always 20/20. But what's really important is being able to catch yourself when you're doing it, and then stop yourself from doing it, and stop yourself from putting yourself in that position in the first place. Because that's the real issue. What does grifting mean? Basically, what a lot of people refer to it as is people that are just putting out content for money, and they're doing it in a cynical way that is not what they actually believe. They're just doing it to make as much money as possible. That's basically what it's referred to as.
A little bit more nuance or whatever. Like, there's definitely things that I need to do as a creator to improve, and I'm working on that, right? But there's just a difference between creators that are going through that process and trying to grow and get better, and creators that are just out here pouring gas on fire because it makes them money, and I'm fucking sick of it.
Well, I mean, we've always have tabloids, right? I mean, there's always going to be tabloids. It's not really a bad thing. It's just that you shouldn't use these as a primary source.
The reason I didn't give any attention to, like, the negative stuff is because it's genuinely affecting our products. It's affecting IPs that we love. It's affecting the quality of our games. So it does have to be called out. It should be discussed. I'm not trying to discourage that, but I just think there's a line. You know, and maybe it's like a razor's edge. You know, maybe it's really hard to walk that line. I think for me, it has been.
Everybody is. It is actually very hard to walk the line because people, when they hear something they disagree with, will assume that you're on the other side of their line. That's the reason why.
So we just got to do better, and we got to reward people that do better, and we got to stop rewarding people that are making no effort to have a nuanced conversation about this stuff, because they're winning and I think that we're all losing.
Yeah.
And it sucks. But if you enjoyed this conversation, I hope you'll leave a comment. I hope that you'll consider subscribing. I stream on Rex Sterling Live on YouTube and Rex Sterling on Twitch, and I post my videos here on Rex Sterling TV. I hope I'll see you again, and thank you for listening.
That was a really good video. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm sitting down.
I really didn't expect to sit through and watch the entire thing. Usually it's kind of like a longer topic. Thank you for watching. Oh, he's in chat. There he is. Rex Sterling in chat. Thank you, man. Yeah, I think this is great. Guy's only got well, now he has 650. Now he had like 500 and something subscribers. I'll link the video, guys. Give him a like, give him a sub if you like the video. I think this is extremely fucking accurate. Pretty much everything this guy was saying was on point. And I think also, like, the issue is that people can get a lot of money by playing to extremes. And I think that it's also very easy to do because you don't have to think about it at all. You just repeat the things that everybody else has said. But I think that if you spend more time thinking about the issues and trying to make better content, you're going to have a better long-term strategy for making content. Because like one of the big issues that happens is that people hitch their wagon to like an issue or like a problem. You admitted to grifting even today. You said Trump tried to steal the election. He literally won an injunction to stop voter fraud in PA. You said Trump's tried to steal the election. So you're misunderstanding what grifting is. So this is you've been following for 2 hours ago. Yeah, you're just mad because I didn't say the thing that you wanted me to say about Trump. Actually, you know what? It's not even worth responding to. It's a waste of everybody's time to even talk about it. So we'll just move on. Anyway, yeah, this video I think was really good. And I do think that like it is an extremely popular topic and more people are going to talk about it. Thanks for watching my previous video. Oh, for sure, Pat. Yeah, I will eventually get to yours. I saw that somebody linked it to me today. I just haven't really had time to take a look at it. But yeah. Don't give any attention. Yeah, I don't want to waste my fucking time with talking about that shit. Anyway, gaming companies to target market, I can say you're 100% right. Yeah, I think in a lot of cases this is true. They push too far and enough is enough. Yeah. Well, and I think this is the other issue, is that when you feel like you're in a circus, the only way to behave is like a clown. And so people basically feel like they've been pushed a lot and they've been pushed in a certain direction. So what they do is that they have an equal and opposite overreaction. So like in the same way that there's an overreaction for, what do you call it? In the same way that there's an overreaction for, let's say, you know, like adding in like trans like ideology into a game, there's like an overreaction to that overreaction. And I think that's kind of how it happens, where it's like a mutual escalation, I guess. They forget that they can step out of the circus? Yeah, I think so. But there's the video. Check the Twitter group progress. Okay. I'll take a look and see how many people are in the Twitter group right now. Let me see if I can find it here. All right, Roach Ranch. Let's see. We'll refresh this off channel. 6.2 thousand members in like what, an hour, a couple of hours? Holy fuck, guys. That's a lot. Ooh, that's a lot. Let's check Asmon Animations on Reddit. I saw it before. I got partner now. The grifting starts tomorrow. Well, congrats, man. That's awesome. And yeah, I think that a lot of people really appreciate your perspective on this, because it's the mindset of a guy who's not completely like captured by a certain type of idea. And I think that's something that a lot of people are missing out on. Fuck the AAA studios that add identity politics into games. Well, hey, I mean, I think that's stupid too. But it's also important to look at it in a nuanced perspective, right? That's all I'm really trying to get at. They're posting big dick pictures on there, man. I don't like, I'll ban the people after this, right? I mean, I'm not gonna really worry about it a lot right now. Wow, somebody posted a picture on like my Twitter community that's bad. Who cares? Like, I'll ban them later on. So yeah, have you seen the new Shoe-On Head video? No, I haven't. I'll eventually watch it. I don't know when, but I will watch it at some point. Jacksepticeye did a video about it, that he's sick of hate. I think that, like, again, hate is always a very strong word. And I find that a lot of times when people say the word hate, they're really talking about criticism that they disagree with. And so I haven't seen Jack's video, so I don't really know whether I agree with it or not. But I do think it's a very popular thing where it's like, oh yeah, this is just hate. Well, yeah, but like, what are you really talking about with that? But I think that also, like, with a lot of people on YouTube, I think, are afraid of coming out, in at least in their mind, against their audience. And like, I've done a number of things that have like gotten a lot of people in my audience really mad at me, right? And I don't really regret any of those things, by the way, because I view those things as like a detox. This is like, because like I do talk about a lot of like really sensitive social issues all the time. I talk about like abortion, I talk about trans stuff, I talk about politics, I talk about like anything, right? Like social issues. There is basically no topic that is off limits. And because of that, I attract a lot of people that are extremely vitriolic and extremely angry and are very agenda driven. And I think the process of that, the outcome of that, is that a lot of those people end up, honestly, like they end up kind of making the community worse. So every once in a while, whenever I have one of these controversies happen, you know, you have a bunch of those people leave the community, and then I think collectively the community becomes better because of it. So yeah, you like the Swiss knife of content creators? Well, I try to, right? But like, that's what I look at. It's very entertaining. Yeah, of course. Destiny purchases audience pretty often. It's a smart idea. Yeah, because like you have people that like they'll be very extreme and radicalized, and then they'll think that like your stream or your platform is a place for them. And I think that's what happens more than anything. And I think that as time goes on, that will become more evident to everybody. Those clip-worthy? Yeah, I would just say nuance, Andy. Well, I think it's not really just nuance. It's just something that I think normal people think about, but because internet discourse is like dominated by like weirdos and like crazy people, that it's not what happens. You cover a broader basis, ultimately upset a lot of people. Yeah, exactly. And like, for example, like I have a lot of takes on things. Like people were like mad about the thing that I said about abortion, right? Like I think a woman should be able to get an abortion at any point during her pregnancy for any reason with no restrictions. Like that's what my viewpoint is. Like I have an extremely open viewpoint to that, and I think that the amount of people that share that viewpoint is like extremely small. Very few people disagree with me, or very few people agree with me on that. Yeah, a lot of you guys don't like it. Extremely hot topic. But I have 9 months. Yeah, absolutely. And so, like, here's the reason why. The reason why is that a lot of medical treatment is something that has to be done in real time, and it's something that in a lot of cases can't be put off. And I think that nobody can make a better judgment on a person's medical condition than the person themselves. So it's not that I necessarily think that abortions are good. It's that I don't trust the government enough to regulate it in a way that's not dangerous. Does that make sense? So I don't like abortions. Like nobody likes abortions, right? But I'm just saying I don't think the government should be trying to like make rules in here because it's going to end up oppressing people and hurting people. That's what I think the ultimate outcome is going to be. That's retarded? Well, I think it's true. Yeah, of course. No, I trust a doctor more. Well, exactly, right? And like, I would trust a doctor rather than a bunch of bureaucrats. And I think that the person who should be making health decisions for you as an individual should be your personal doctor who knows more about your health than any group of people in the government ever. That makes sense? Yeah, and so like, and also like, I don't think that like abortion is, I don't really actually think that it's a gender issue. Because if you look at a lot of conservative women are also against abortion. It's really just a social issue. Like, it's something that affects women in a disproportionate way, but a lot of conservative women are also against abortion. Actions have consequences, don't be stupid. Yeah, but like, why make the consequence something worse than it has to be? I think that's the way I see it. But I'll read a few of these comments and then I want to move on and we're going to talk about a few other things. Abortion can kill the mother. Yeah, but so can having certain pregnancies, so there it is. Abortion absolutely also a gender issue. But like, I don't see how is abortion a gender issue when it's split between conservatives and liberals and not men and women? I don't understand that. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what to say. Why not? Why do you not draw the line at viability? The reason why is because I think that what somebody would consider viable and what somebody else would consider viable are two very different things. And also, I think that forcing somebody to go through with a pregnancy that they don't want is something that is, I think that it's unhealthy. Many women also hate abortion. They do. And that's my point that I'm making, is that I think that like socially and like on social media, people have turned abortion into being like a men versus women issue. That's not true. And if you look at opinion polls and you look at data, that's reflected in that data and those opinion polls. It's wrong to force anyone? Yeah, I think so too. But, and again, like, here's the main point, right? If a lot of you guys don't agree with the way that I see it, then that's totally fine, and I respect your decision. And you should vote based off of that. The problem isn't that, like, your viewpoint is different than mine, or, like, I think what I think. I think the problem, really, in a lot of cases, is that people don't want me or they don't want you to be able to have the opinion that you have or the opinion that I have. That's the real problem more than anything. Just because some women disagree with abortion doesn't make it not a gender issue. Right to vote for women wasn't 100% supported by all women either. Well, what I'm saying is that, I don't know, I've explained it 3 or 4 different ways. Like, if you can't understand what I'm saying at this point, I'm not going to try to explain it again. Like, I've explained what I think about that. That's about it. How is abortion not murder? I think in some ways it is. Yeah, I think abortion's medieval and it's horrible. I would never want to see a person get an abortion. I think abortion's awful. I just don't want to tell the other person what to do. It's that simple. So like, even if you tell me that it's murder, that's not going to change my viewpoint on me thinking it should be legal. Like, this is like, again, a lot of the trouble that I get into with like moral issues, because you know, we're not exactly pointing north here. Yeah, I'm just pragmatic. I don't think about issues and, like, you know, moral issues the same way that other people do. Yeah, it's not about abortion, it's about free will of your own body. Yeah, I think so too. But anyway, that's what I think. That's my viewpoint, and you know, a lot of people are afraid to have extreme viewpoints and to talk about things because, like, I would say that if I were to, like, guess, I would say that my audience is probably 60-40, maybe 70-30 conservative liberal. Like, based off of, like, my YouTube comments, I would say probably about there. Like, Twitch is going to be a little bit different. Poll it? You know what? That's a great question. Let me poll it. I'm actually really curious. Okay. So you guys have, I want to give everybody the ability to have a bullshit option. Like other, shut up, caucus, whatever you want. Like, yeah. Because yeah, so just, if you don't want to vote, that's fine. But like, I think it's 70-30, 60-40. Yeah. Yeah, it's about right. There you go. This is the mail-in ballots? You think so? Conservatives are allowed, but not the majority. It seems like the ones that are replying in this poll are. Yeah, it's that simple. Stop the count! There you go. Other is centrist. Well, I think that really I would just like, I just want to give people 2 options. 40% is not majority. So if you look at the amount of people that are reporting, you're looking at 38% plus 28%. So where is that? That's somewhere around 70% of people that are reporting in. So I'm looking as if this is not the category. And if you just look at the amount of people that are strongly biased towards one perspective or another, the majority would be conservative. It's plurality. Well, plurality is accurate, but I'm not considering this middle one here. But plurality is actually the correct term for something that has the most votes, but not the majority of votes in multiple choice. Yeah. Do only 2 options now? No, I think that we've already done 2 of them. I think that's enough. Can we see what part of your audience is male or female? Oh, I already have that data on YouTube. Like 98% of my audience is male. Like pretty much everybody who watches me is a guy. Like there are almost no girls at all that watch my content. You would not have moderate in your poll? Yeah, I just have other. You know, if you're other, you just click that one. It's pretty simple. So yeah, it's extremely, extremely uncommon. Part of the problem too is the people who are pro-life are so against also against policies that would actually reduce abortions, healthcare, childcare, fair wages, etc. Yeah, I think everything exists, you know, in like an ecosystem of other ideas. Yeah, sure, I think that's true. Make one for abortion? Well, I don't really care a whole lot about like that issue in general, but how would I answer the poll? I would probably say other. Like, I don't really think I'm either one. I think I'm probably like kind of more centrist, but like, I would say I'm probably more liberal than conservative, but I do have a number of like conservative viewpoints, like for example, like on immigration or on like gun control and stuff like that. So, you know, it just really kind of depends on who it is. Do you have non-binary viewers? Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's people that are trans that watch the content, sure. Yeah, I mean, like, inside of every large number of people, you're going to run into like instances of rare cases, right? Like trans people are rare, but they're not that rare. Like, I think that being trans is like one in like what, like 500, 1 in 1,000 people that like identify like that. So like we've got 40,000 people in the chat. There's gonna be a handful of them that are gonna be here, right? It's pretty, like, it would actually be statistically relevant that there wouldn't be, right? If there wasn't one. You know, like 8 billion people. Yeah, I'm trans since Veilguard. Oh yeah, me too. One of them is you? Okay, good one. Is trans more or less rare than shiny Pokemon? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know, I haven't played a Pokemon game in a long time. I have no idea. But yeah, I mean, again, and also, like, we make jokes like that all the time. And I think that a lot of people get upset about content like that because they're like, oh, you're making fun of it and you're like not taking it seriously. And like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, I think that the more that you like treat things like they can't be talked about in like a funny way, the more you create like these like really weird dynamics where it's like, okay, you can't have conversations about this, you can't talk about that. It's like just fucking weird. So yeah, I'm totally okay making jokes about pretty much almost anything, right? The satire is a powerful coping mechanism? Yeah, exactly. With 40k people in your chat, do you ever get imposter syndrome? Obviously, people here are here to see you, so it doesn't really apply. I'd be really curious to hear what your take is on imposter syndrome. I try not to look at people watching because of me. I try to look at people watching because of what I'm saying, and I think that gives me a more healthy outlook on the way that I see my content and how I can evaluate criticism. So I try not to take criticism and hate personally. I try to look at it as like, I said this thing and the person didn't like that I said this thing, rather than this person doesn't like me, because that helps me, like, and this is something that I've learned a lot. And like, I don't know if any of you guys have been in like a management position or any sort of like a leadership position, but like one thing that I've really kind of learned a lot with leadership is that one of the best ways to solve problems with a person who's not performing in the way that you want them to is to externalize their actions that are problematic, so that you can both sit on the same side and look at that action as a third activity, and then work together as a work together on a solution to fix that action, rather than working together to fix that person. Because it effectively, like, it takes away, it short circuits a lot of like defense mechanisms that people can have, and I think it's more effective. Because at the end of the day, like, if you're working with people and you have to deal with a lot of people, like, you don't have time to, like, baby everybody. You have to, like, make sure that you address this topic, you deal with it, you solve the problem, you move on. So, yeah. Like, externalizing their position in the company? Yeah, exactly. Like, you're looking at a behavior and not a person. You're talking about, like, what this person is doing, like, this action that needs to change, rather than the person that needs to change. If that makes sense. Cut problems into bite-sized chunks so it's easier for them to digest them? Yeah, for sure. Always make it about the topic and not the person. That's leadership. Yeah, and it's really hard to do that, too, in a lot of cases. But, yeah, leave ego out and you'll be fine. Yeah, so I don't ever have, like, imposter syndrome or anything like that, because I always look at what I'm saying as something that's separate from myself. So, like, and I think that people that don't do that, that try to lean on, like, the parasocial aspect of streaming and, like, having people, like, all agree with them and like them because they're streamers, I think that is the real... That's extremely dangerous. Because people that like you a lot because you're a streamer will eventually hate you a lot because you're a streamer. Because you're courting the feelings of a person who's emotionally unstable and weird. It's toxic mentality at this point? Yeah, I think so. Bro, Reed, did you see the flood disaster in Spain? No, I didn't see that at all. What I don't understand is why Asmund swings to Trump, as he described himself as more moderate. I swing to Trump. I wonder what that means. I don't know. But yeah, idol culture is built on that. Yeah, I think so too. And I think that a lot of like Twitch culture and like the parasocial behavior that a lot of like Twitch streamers and YouTubers play into, I think that it's extremely unhealthy, and I don't support that at all. And that's why, like, I mean, for me, everybody has parasocial viewers, the same as I do, but I try to have as few as possible. Just gonna watch this.
Every 15 years.
Okay, here we go. This fucking guy. This dude is, oh god, yeah, here we go. Grant Cardone. Oh boy.
Every 15-year-old kid should be doing this right now. If you're getting an allowance of $300 a month, buy a piece of real estate that pays you $30 a month. Only use the 30, don't touch the 300.
I'm gonna be a millionaire before I'm 20, and this is how.
Well, guys, today's gonna be a...
By the way, that's her daughter. That's his daughter. Yeah, a $300 real estate. Like, what are you buying, a porta potty? Who gets $300 allowance a month? That girl probably does.
Fun one. There is something strangely horrifying yet entertaining about watching a person who is unbelievably out of touch with reality proclaiming how they think the world works. It's like reality TV, but better. Now, this is something we've looked at a lot on this channel because, surprisingly, it's a pretty common thing for those who get very popular on the internet. Who would have thunk? But today, we're looking at a different kind of out of touch. Those who amass great wealth almost always become disconnected from reality and sort of lose sight of the day-to-day struggles that the average person faces. It's kind of an...
I think also, like, this isn't even true with somebody who has a lot of wealth. I think that a lot of people just don't have the same experiences as each other. And the issue isn't that, like, it isn't that somebody is wealthy, it's that somebody refuses to acknowledge another person's reality.
Inevitable. However, this doesn't always have to be a horrible thing. Sometimes all people need is to be sat down and be told, hey man, you have no idea what you're talking about. And for a lot of people, that kind of snaps them back. Unfortunately, however, that does not work for everybody, and that is going to be demonstrated here pretty thoroughly today by the TikToks of Grant Cardone. Now, if you've never heard of this guy, he's basically a glorified course salesman who made a bunch of money.
That's the real way. If you want to learn how to make a lot of money and you're Grant Cardone, here's how you actually make a lot of money. You start selling courses about selling real estate. That's the way you make the money.
From real estate, and now he spends his days in Sigma male, alpha male edits, going on TikTok and giving out the worst, most out-of-touch financial advice a human being has ever provided. To be more specific, the financial advice he gives to parents is so laughable that I had to watch about a dozen videos before I could convince myself this guy is not just playing a character. These videos are hilarious, but they're also kind of depressing at the same time. It's gonna be kind of a roller coaster today. Strap in. Let's begin. Please subscribe.
Every 15-year-old kid should be doing this right now. If you're getting an allowance of $300 a month.
Alrighty, not even 5 seconds in, and we're already beginning to see the insanity unfold. Grant, buddy, do you think the average allowance for a 15-year-old is $300 a month? If I had to pull something out of my ass, I would have to guess that the average kid gets somewhere between nothing and $10 a week. Not 75. But this...
I remember when I was in high school, I got like $20 a week. It was like 20 or maybe 30 if I was a good boy. Like, that would be it.
is not even really that relevant because it's not even close to the craziest thing he's going to say during this clip.
Buy a piece of real estate that pays you $30 a month. Only use the 30, don't touch the 300.
But how would a young, normal person get money?
Allowance, side jobs, side hustles. I was 14 years old. I was working every weekend. I was mowing lawns, doing whatever I could to get some extra money.
All right. Grant, are you fucking insane? Genuine question. Not trying to be mean. Are you crazy? You're a real estate investor, Grant. That's your...
I actually agree with what he's saying in this clip. Whenever I was 14, this is what I was doing when I was 14. I was burning CDs and selling them. I was memorizing all the questions out of my math tests and then putting them onto my calculator and then selling the answers to them. I was selling soda at school because we weren't allowed to have soda in school in the vending machine, so I would take it and sell it to people at a higher price. I was also selling fireworks at school. I would save up my money, and then like every 4th of July or New Year's, I'd spend a lot of money on fireworks, and I'd sell them at school. Like, I actually did this myself. I did it all the time. Yeah, for sure. Like, and I think kids nowadays, like, there's a million ways you can make money as a kid, for sure. Now, selling crack? Yeah, for sure. But it didn't really help you? I think it actually did. When you do stuff like that, you learn how to make sales, and you can, like, in a lot of cases, a lot of people aren't able to learn processes because they're not able to really make genuine mistakes in processes. But if you can make genuine mistakes in a process, you can actually figure out how to do the right thing.
I know that you know this is impossible. First of all, let's play Fantasyland here for a moment and act like a 15-year-old could actually get approved for a loan to buy a piece of real estate. Sure.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, the part that's ridiculous about this is buying real estate. Obviously, as a kid trying to make money, of course you do that. Like, I would also buy and sell magic cards because I knew all the prices for every card, and kids at my school didn't know them. So I could, like, be like, oh yeah, I'll give you like $10 for all these cards, and I knew that like 2 cards in there were worth $15. So I would immediately make my money back, right? And there was like tons of ways that I would do that. I remember I would like leave class and then take people's money to buy like popcorn and brownies, and then I just wouldn't give them the change back. Like, there were a million ways that I did this.
We can pretend that, I guess. You want children to go out and buy a piece of property that brings them in $330 a month while only costing $300 a month to finance. Okay, can you find me a single piece of property anywhere in the United States of America that fits that bill? That's like a $40,000 home, Grant. Can you find me a livable $40,000 home anywhere in America? Don't worry, I'll answer that for you. No, you can't. But for the sake of the argument, let's just say you could. But unfortunately for you, Grant, I'm going to take away the fact that we're living in a fantasy world back to reality.
Yeah,
a 15-year-old is not going to have any sort of credits, no assets, no collateral, so they're going to have to come up with a
they can't sign on to a contract. Like, it's actually just, it's not even that complicated. Like, it has nothing to do with any of that. A 15-year-old can't sign up for that stuff because they're not a legal adult and they can't sign a contract for these things. Like, it's just like, it's not even legal, right?
Payment, probably 25% for an investment property. That's 10 grand. Do you honestly believe that not only one, the average 15-year-old is getting a $300 a month allowance, but two, the average 15-year-old has 10 grand sitting in the bank? If you do, you're crazy.
I did not. I'll tell you, when I was 15, I did not have $10,000 in the bank. Yeah. Not even remotely close.
Man. And this is just scratching the surface. There's tons of other things you need for a loan. Kids don't have 2 years tax returns, Grant. Look, it's one thing if you want to make videos for children who have parents that are multimillionaires, but to say every kid should be doing this, that's so out of touch, it's kind of unbelievable.
I'm gonna be a millionaire.
I do think that kids should try to make their own money, though. I do. And, like, if I was a parent, I would encourage my kid to try to make money in any way that, like, wouldn't get them, like, arrested, basically.
Before I'm 20, and this is how.
Yeah,
I work for my
learn the
dad's
hustle.
company. I have a contract with them, and I get paid every month. And that goes into real estate, where I get my passive income, and I get to spend that, but I never get to touch that principal. And over time, that principal in real estate will make me a millionaire.
When she does more, I'll bonus her for stuff that she does. If one of these TikToks goes to 10 million, I'm gonna give her a $10,000 bonus. So
well, that's okay. So that's how she gets the $10,000, is like because her dad gives her $10,000. Yeah. This is like the, you know, the success routine of the youngest vice president at, you know, a local marketing firm. And it's like, I wake up at 4 in the morning, I do meditations, I make a journal of all the things I'm thankful for, I work out at 5 a.m., and then I come home and I make myself breakfast, and then I, you know, make sure that I, you know, watch TV and I catch up on the news. And also, by the way, my dad owns the company. Okay. Great. Awesome. Thank you. Easy.
That 10,000 goes by as real estate, so she makes 50 a year. Let's say she averages 50 a year, but she will. She's doing a job, she's doing chores, she's doing work. I do not give her an allowance.
Okay, I mean, there's a lot going on here. Like I said, most of these videos are about his...
My mom would do this with me too, by the way. Is like she would give me money for lunch, but she wouldn't really give me any other extra money. And the only way that I could get money is if I did something for her, or I made money off of somebody else.
Advice to parents, so most of these videos involve his kid. I'm not going to be shitting on his kid. I think she's like 15. Probably doesn't understand how out of touch the situation is. But the reason you're going to be a millionaire before you're 20 is because your dad is worth $600 million. Yeah, that's
a lot of money.
Kind of the cheat code. Also, Grant, you can say you don't give your kid an allowance if you just want to make shit up, I guess.
You don't give them an allowance. You just give them $10,000 when they have a TikTok that does well. Yeah, it's totally different.
Define what words mean and what not, but yeah, if you give your kid $50,000 a year for doing chores, that is an allowance. Now look, I want to make this clear. I don't really have a problem with what this guy's doing. You absolutely should be investing for your children and setting their future up for them. I'm a very firm believer that if you're not willing to invest in your child's future and give them the best shot at success possible and guarantee them a better start than you had, you shouldn't be having kids. The problem is how he doesn't seem to understand how out of touch this is, while simultaneously acting like this is some groundbreaking stuff. Yeah.
Well, this is what happens a lot of times with a lot of these like alpha male internet dad people, is that they try to repackage something that's common sense as if it's like groundbreaking sigma male, like fucking alpha mentality. It's like, yeah, so when you get money, you don't want to spend all your money. So you want to get money and then keep some of the money, and then you want to use that money to buy something that's going to make you money. And people are like, what? Wait, so I'm not, oh my God. So I don't need to buy $100 worth of Twizzlers a month? Holy shit. Thank you, Grant. Thank God I'm spending $100 a month on your courses instead. That's what it's all about.
Give your kid $50,000 a year and $10,000 here and there when a TikTok does well. No shit, she's gonna be a millionaire before she's 20.
Duh.
Okay, the 50,000 times 10 years, which she will have at least 10 years, is 500 grand. If that money doubles because she never touched it, she's a millionaire. It will have paid her $300,000 in income that was not taxed, and I wrote off $500,000 of salary from the IRS. So it's a win-win.
So he's basically talking about, now we get down to the actual reason why he's doing this. He's giving his kid money because he can write the money off from his taxes. This has nothing to do with what his kid is or isn't doing. This has everything to do with how can I make it, how can I figure out how to pay less money in taxes. It's not tax evasion. It's not. It's tax avoidance, maybe. Avoidance is unethical. Evasion is illegal. That's the difference, by the way. But, yeah, no, everybody does this. Everybody tries to save money on taxes.
Win for everybody. I'm never going to give a kid an allowance for living in my house. Shit, she's lucky to live in my house.
Yeah, okay, Grant. I don't know if this is an attempt by you to be snarky and just act like money means nothing to you. It just makes you look like a douchebag. We get it, $100,000 a year is nothing to you. Can't even qualify it as an allowance.
Crazy.
I just don't understand the angle.
Parents are stupid to give their kids allowances. Here's how I get money as a
I don't agree with that. I think that it's really good to give your kid an allowance because it teaches them how to budget. Like, if you have, like, if you give your kid a certain amount of money and your kid can do whatever he wants with that money, I think that's extremely healthy.
14-year-old. Every year I'm paid a certain sum of money from the company for being an employee. This means I have certain obligations I have to fill. I have to help people out around the office. That sum of money goes and gets invested into real estate. That real estate then has passive income, and that money I get paid with every month. I get paid $150, $400 every single month and get to spend that. But I never get to spend the principal income I have. So every year that principal, it stacks on top of each other, and over time my passive income becomes more and more.
Okay, so look, I'm not doubting that that's how you and your dad have
Yes, that's the way that compounding interest works. Yep.
handled you getting money, but let's all be on the same page here. That is an allowance. You get money that comes from your dad because it's getting paid out by your dad.
I don't get an allowance. My dad just gives me money. Oh,
company for doing chores around your dad's office. Yeah, that's an allowance. You are describing being a trust fund baby who gets an allowance. That's it. Again, nothing wrong with that. But stop trying to act like you guys are better than everybody else because you don't want to use.
The problem is that if you use this as information to give other people, you do them a disservice because other people can't have this experience that you did. So it's like, yeah, just do what I did, but you have some sort of like weird advantage that other people don't have access to.
The word allowance.
I bring home the deadbeat. He has a tattoo on his face like Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
This guy, what are you doing? Like, how are you going to react?
Number one, Mike Tyson can put a tattoo anywhere he wants. That guy you're with hadn't done anything. He hadn't won one fight, much less 50.
Holy shit, what a crazy thing to say to your daughter as a father. Yeah, as long as the guy you're with beats the shit out of people, he can do whatever he wants. That's kind of a weird thing to say.
I think Grant's being facetious here. I don't really think that's what he actually means. I think he's just goofing around, to be fair.
Grant.
Okay, but what if I really love him?
I'm going to tell you, man, you bring a kid home who's got a tattoo on his face, I got a problem with that. What were you thinking?
Yeah, it's pretty stupid.
What happened to you? Because all we know is...
To be fair, I don't know anybody who has a face tattoo who isn't stupid. I don't know any of them, right? And it's extremely common.
This kid took and put tens of thousands of injections into his face. What thought process did he go through to decide to do that? Either did something out of one moment, or you took a long period of time to think about doing
Which
that.
one's worse?
Either way.
Yeah,
we got a problem. And now I got a problem with you because now you fell in love with some guy that makes weird decisions.
You know what, guys? I don't really like this. This is kind of weird. But honestly, I've got to respect the hustle. Sure, I could be talking out of my ass here, but I think we all know what's going on here. Look, you have me born into a family where my dad is worth $600 million. I'm going to tell that motherfucker anything he wants to hear. Yeah, Dad, my boyfriend has a face tattoo. You should just fucking kill him. I'm not doing a single thing to mess up that inheritance. You want me to do a podcast where I agree with everything you say? Okay, sure, whatever. You gotta respect the grind.
What kind of car do you think I should get? Because I want something that is like a nice car.
I can buy her anything, by the way.
This is a great feeling. But I want something that's a nice car, but I also don't want it to be super flashy, super loud, nothing like that screams like, oh, I'm super spoiled. Just something that's like, it's a nice car. She probably comes from a good family, but that's all I want it to say.
You even said you were willing to have a used car with some scratches on it. Why'd you say that?
For sure.
Well, I'll be. What a nice young lady. You would be willing to have a free car with...
My first car was a 1998 Nissan Altima that had hail damage. My second car was a 1992 Isuzu Rodeo that had door damage, hail damage, window damage, no AC, no cup holders, mold damage, leaky sunroof. The door didn't open. I had to come in from the other side. I had to open the door in order to get my food from fast food. And I think there was some... Oh, it doesn't have a radio. Radio was damaged. Yeah, I think there was one more that I had. And so, yeah, 1992. And then I had a 2001 Mustang until recently. After you paid for it? No, I bought that car myself. It was like $1,500. The first car that my dad did buy it for me. It was like $3,000. But this was a very, very long time ago.
Scratches
I got
on
lucky
it?
in that regard.
Holy shit. Guys, do we have like a reward we can give her for this? Look, I'm not trying to be a douche, but come on. My first car was $200. It stopped working in 3 months. Somebody saying they'll take a free car with a scratch or two is not very impressive. Not
Amazing.
to anybody outside of this kind of circle.
I don't want a new car. Right now, I think the car that I want is the new Toyota Land Cruiser.
Okay. How much is a Toyota Land Cruiser? I'm actually curious. Let me search this. MSRP. We are looking at a first edition between $56,000 and $74,000. That's a pretty expensive car.
What? You don't want a new car, but you want a new car? Okay, sure, whatever.
That came out. The Land Rover Defender. I like those kind of bulky cars. Like they're not quite SUVs. The G-Wagon.
That's what I thought. I liked it, but you don't like that car. Like, it's annoying to move it around to get it in parking lots. Like, you think that it's good. The only thing that's good about those cars is that you can get all of your boys in the car at the same time. Like, cause like, did you guys ever have this shit happen where like whenever you were kids and like somebody had a car and there would be like 8 people in like the you know, the sedan, right? It's like a 4-person car. There's 8 people in the car. There's like somebody sitting. There's like 2 people in the front seat, 5 people in the back seat, 1 person laying down there, and then like the cop pulls over, and you're like, everybody hide. Yeah. 2 in the trunk. That's what we used to do a lot, man. No, we never had somebody in the fucking trunk. So that was the only good thing about like having like the rodeo, right? Is we could get like 10 people in the car. It would not fucking matter, right? Like, we had 2 seatbelts in the car, but we have 10 people in the fucking car. And so, yeah.
Like that kind of shape of car I like.
Yeah.
And the Toyota Land Cruiser is kind of the same kind of shape.
Yeah, the new Land Cruiser is pretty cool looking.
The new Land Cruiser is really cool.
Okay,
yeah.
Look, I have nothing against this kid for wanting a nice car. Seriously, if my parents were worth $600 million, I'd be asking for something a lot.
I don't think that you should want an expensive car, especially as a young person, because it sets you up as a mark for people that are looking to rob cars, because they assume that people who have nice cars that are extremely young don't have the value of money, and so they would break into the car and be more likely to steal out of it. I don't know how I know that. I had a friend that told me that.
Fucking nicer than a Toyota, I promise you. It's okay to want nice things when you know that money means nothing to your parents. I'm not gonna sit here and hate on this kid, but if you're being genuine, if what you're saying is true, I'm really sorry to be the one that has to break this news to you, but getting a brand new $100,000 car for your 16th birthday does in fact scream, I'm super spoiled. Hell, it announces that you're
Yes, it does. It seems like and also like, I would get my kid a shitty car because I would just assume, especially if I had a boy, oh, you're gonna fuck this up. You're gonna fuck the car up. Like, everybody knows you're gonna fuck it up. Like, how many of you guys fucked up your first car? Like, we fucked up. Like, we were lighting fireworks in the car. Like, there's garbage in the car all the time. Like, I had people like back up into my car. I never have been in an accident before. Never. But like, I remember like there was this one, like Eric had like some house party, some drunk girl backed up into my car. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Like, so many fucking problems. Yeah. I mean, like driving over the curb, fucking up the axles. Yeah. We had this happen all the time. Nope. Took good care of it. Well, we didn't. Like, we never actually broke the car, but we didn't take good care of it either.
Spoiled to the entire universe. The average amount of money spent on a person's first car is $7,000, and that number is only so high because car prices were absolutely demolished by COVID. A 6-figure Land Rover or a $70,000 or $80,000 Land Cruiser for a first car? Yeah, sorry, but that's spoiled.
I think also it's bad to have a person as their first car because it's harder to maneuver around. Like, I would want to get my kid like a small car, like, or at least like an average size car. Like your average, you know, like Lexus or you know, if I was rich, right? And I'm like buying my kid an expensive car, it'd be like a Lexus or something like that.
I think I'll make it to $100 billion assets.
You could do that by the time you're 35 years old because everybody else around you is sleeping. Lazy's not the problem right now. They're indoctrinated. They're watching their phones. Their heads are going to be falling over their shoulders by the time they're 40. Any kid. You don't need to go to college. That's 4 or 5 years that you would waste. Put your head down now. Find the right vehicle, the right opportunity. Get in it. Learn everything you can about it. Not the little stuff, but the big things that make the thing grow. You could be 35. You could be one of the most influential people in the world.
The crazy thing is that this is the problem with people like Grant Cardone, is that he was absolutely spitting. Everything that he just said was completely fucking accurate. Absolutely. Yeah, he's not wrong. He was completely right about that. And that's the issue with a lot of these course salesmen, is that it's the same with Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate doesn't have 100% bad ideas. Neither does Grant Cardone. But the issue is that there are enough bad ideas that are sprinkled in there. Like, you know, for example, like if you wanted to eat a cupcake, would you want to eat a cupcake that had shit sprinkles on it? Well, no, of course not. Well, it's only a small part of the cupcake, though. Yeah, but you don't want to eat a cupcake with shit on it, though. That's pretty much about it. Most of his ideas are bad, though. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, with this circumstance. And I think it's disappointing because, like, people do, like, kind of write off everything a person like this says, which I actually don't agree with, right? Pick the sprinkles off.
I'm sure this is probably just part of their shtick, but stuff like this is so disingenuous. You heard it here first, folks. Any kid, no matter what, can have $100 million worth of assets by the time they're 35 if they just put their nose to the grindstone. The fact that this...
If you work really hard as a kid, and you spend 20 years, like let's say you're 15, and you spend 20 years developing a skill set of something that's valuable and that you can monetize, you will have a tremendous degree of financial freedom if you do that and you're successful at it. Like, for example, YouTube editors, people that are good at coding, people that are good at, like, hacking, right? People that are good at, I don't know, like, fucking anything. Like, not survivorship bias. That's such a stupid way to look at it, I think. Of course there's going to be people that do all of the right things and they don't succeed. But doing the right things increases your probability of succeeding. So you should try to do them anyway. Obviously, there are some people that work hard and they still lose. But working hard and losing is less common than not working hard and losing. It's pretty simple. Like, I don't know how you could not think like that. It's kind of a bad take, I think. So you think, like, working hard doesn't play any factor or any variable in, like, your success? That's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Girl's father is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, gives her no sort of advantage whatsoever. It's just because all the other kids right now are lazy. That shit is so lame. I mean, seriously, be proud of the wealth you've created. Be proud of the opportunities you've opened up for your children and how easy you've made it for them. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Acting like who you are and what you're worth has nothing to do with the fact that your kid's gonna be a millionaire. That is something to be ashamed of.
Yeah, of course.
That's lame. Well, guys, what do you think? Are you motivated? Are you ready to go out and buy a house for 36 pennies a month and become...
No, but I might be motivated enough to buy his course, which is why he's actually making the TikToks.
A millionaire by the time you're 11.
Reason.
If not, that's fine, I guess.
That's
but Grant
where we're
Cardone
really
did tell me
going.
that he'd hate you, so you're gonna have to live with that. I can't wait for all the finance bros to invade the comment section of this video telling me I'm just jealous, I don't see the vision. I would genuinely rather die with $0 in my bank account than ever buy a course from one of these goofballs. It's called not being a dumbass. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like and walk on over to that subscribe button and touch it. It's free. It won't cost you anything. But for now, that's all I have for you today. Bye.
Yep. I think in a lot of cases, you see the new RuneScape drama. No, I'll look at that. Give me a second. Let me take a look at it. But I'll link this video to you guys. I thought this was kind of funny. August the Duck. I've never seen one of his videos before, but I agree with a lot of what he's saying here. Is like people that like to ascribe like what their success is to like, I'm working hard. The fact is, terrible video. I don't think it was terrible. I like the I like the focus on this stuff because I think that there should be more of an emphasis put on people that are trying to sell like solutions like this. I'm very much not a fan of it, and I think that the people that are doing things like that are doing it in a way that is it's misleading and it's delusional. So yeah, out of touch. Yeah, I think it's out of touch as well. And I think also, like, as a kid, I would want my kid hustling however they could. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Try to do whatever you can to make money, because if you're not going to do that, then like you're not going to, maybe you won't have as much money as you want. Absolutely do it. Yeah, 100%. Now I want to say that what is this exactly? Tired of being broke. Here's the solution. Give me money. RuneScape drama. Let me see. RuneScape. I guess, yeah, this is the Reddit. Let's see. Is there anything new or interesting that's happened with RuneScape? It seems like nothing has really happened. Yeah, I'm sorry to say. It looks like there's no crazy drama. Wow. Big disappointment. I'll be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Ah. Sorry about that, we're back. Ah. We good. All right. You wash your hands? Did you shut the fuck up? Did you do that, huh? Check Abyssar's video about $20 cheat plugins that are taking over PvP. Let me see.
RuneScape has always had.
Okay. Sure, let's look at it. Check your Twitter numbers, I'm curious. Okay, I'll see how many people are
RuneScape has always had a competitive.
Sorry about that. Are signed up for Roach Ranch. 6.7K people now. Holy shit. Damn. That's a lot of fucking people. You guys can join in the pinned comment. We get to 6.9K. It might actually hit like close to 10K today, which is fucking insane. Like I would have never expected that, honestly. So apparently there's like new drama and like new weird shit happening. Like, how does RuneScape have so much fucking drama? It's crazy. How does it even happen?
PKang scene from the early days of RuneScape 2, the clans, Bounty Hunter, Demo Mode servers, the Jagus Cup, and now in 2024, with PKang being the most intense state that it's ever been in, the PKang skill cap has finally peaked. But what if I told you that for just $20 a month, you could become a better PKer than 99.9% of RuneScape? For the last few years, the PK client problem in RuneScape has continued to grow, and it is now finally at a point of no return. On a game like RuneScape, where once skill and practice meant that putting in the work would make you better than most, has now been reduced to less than a small McDonald's order on DoorDash, even without the tip included. For years,
how do you
I've been a
get
deep
good?
wilderness PKer. I've spent thousands of hours over the course of my life PKing at Mage Bank, East Dragons, PvP Worlds, and I've always really loved the idea of PKing in single-way combat. From TBing your opponent and engaging in large-scale battles, to the thrill of a 1v1 fight in max gear. This is what always has been exciting to me about RuneScape. In the early days, players would practice for weeks on end to improve at PvP, fighting each other in the duel arena or Clan Wars portals, to eventually gearing up and trying their luck in the wilderness, often upgrading their gear as they improved and accumulated kills, and many would even go on to create content around PKing, joining clans, or even competing in high-scale PvP tournaments for prizes and notoriety. But somewhere along the lines in 2010, the origin of cheating in PvP began, and the process has been ongoing ever since.
Everybody cheats in every fucking game. There's always cheaters for PKers. Yeah, 100% this happens. It's full of bots now. Yeah, like in WoW, I remember that in RBGs and in Arena and Mists of Pandaria, it wasn't about who was cheating and who wasn't. It was about who had more of the IP addresses of the opposing team and who was using the better cheats. Because like you would have the crazy one. Do you remember the Warlock fucking bot that would like turn Warlocks from being like good to just being like these massive like over god, like, you know, like Lords of Darkness, and they could just like solo the entire fucking team? It was disgusting.
It all started with something called auto-switching.
Throw money on the
Players
line
were
for
often
arm
praised for
tiers?
being
Really?
able to switch 6 or 8 items at once and having the guts to PK with them. Around this time, players would use a program called...
So you're saying people are doing PKing and they're doing it for money so they can take the person's gold and sell it? Oh, that, yeah, 100%. That's ripe for abuse. 100%.
Bit in order to switch all of their items when pressing a key on their keyboard. This would obviously give them an advantage in fights, as instead of having to accurately put on 8 items, the program would just do it all for you.
Of course.
If you were low HP or about to die, instead of switching to your tank gear and clicking 8 items, you could simply just press F6 on your keyboard and Jitbit would do it for you.
So it's
Over
macros,
time, people got clowned on and were continuously ridiculed by the PKing community who tried to implement these tactics. This stuff was kind of looked at as pathetic and wouldn't often be taken seriously within the underground PKing circles and the clan world. Rightly
But
so.
here's always what the problem is that people think that it's not taken seriously, but if it gives you an advantage in combat, people will do it. Eventually, everybody will do this, even if people don't like doing it, because people want to win outcomes, and if you can't win the outcome without this tool, then you're going to use the tool. That's the way everything is.
Real puzzle one day. I don't know. I'm testing. At this point, not in Sky. Club was better than Great Axe. Even though someone was like, "Hey, you know, oh, Club falls off at like 72," and I was like, "Oh, okay. I'll try."
In the more recent years of RuneScape,
I'll try my Byaku's axe, and I did like less than half the amount of damage. It's like within like 10 minutes, I just switched back. I was like, okay. Yeah, no, that's actually not true.
They finally decided to fully endorse RuneLite.
And I've completely out DPS'd
RuneLite would allow users to have access to and
Great Axe
import
Wars.
their own external plugins that fundamentally
So I don't know.
The moment that you let people start using external tools,
I guess it all depends on the amount of procs that you get.
the descent into cheating.
But at this point, it's
Because
just a
if you can
test to
have an
see,
external
and
tool
so
that can
far,
read
O Club
information
has
in a
been
game,
significantly
you
better.
can have that tool give you an advantage in the game. Like, I wish that in WoW, there were no add-ons allowed. I think add-ons are bad for the game.
change the way that we would view the game. As it would make certain things easier, it would also allow players more functionality that otherwise would be inaccessible.
Yeah.
However, this did come with some issues. Since RuneLite was open source, players could easily peek into the code and either extract information or add to it. And it wasn't long before the players of RuneScape decided that they could use the RuneLite client to create a real cheat engine that would allow them to excel in PvP.
Well, that seems pretty
Players would
good.
use
That's
this
smart.
opportunity to script plugins that would not only automatically change gear for you like back in the day, but it would also eat, change weapons, use special attacks, and never miss game ticks. At first, it was mostly noobs using stuff like this, and they were pretty easy to kill, so it didn't really impact the majority of the PK.
See, this is always how it goes. At the beginning, it's only idiots that use it, but then once good players see how useful it is, and this is what happened in WoW, is like one of my mods brought up, like Balance Out brought up, like, yeah, well, people do this because they can make real money for it. Well, in WoW, it was the same thing. Like, I remember there was this one time we did RBGs, and like a guy in the group was like getting sold a carry, and my RBG leader DM'd the other RBG leader of the other team, and he said, if you just let us win this match, I'll like send you $30. And then his entire team left, and we won the match. Just straight up cheating. And people are, when money gets involved, all ethics and all integrity goes out the window.
Ecosystem. However, over time, the plugin scripters improved, and so did the players, which started a wave of unbeatable Megatrons.
That's
2 years ago, when the Steam client for RuneScape officially launched, I came across a group of players who injected the client with code and used several cheats in order to annihilate anyone in PvP. For weeks, I battled with these guys in the Revenant Caves, and it seemed as if nothing would stop them. Even when they got banned, which was hardly ever, they would always resurface the next day with a brand new account that they bought on a black market, and the rampage would continue. These guys were making so much money by killing legitimate players in PvP and selling the gold that the account bans were not even relevant to the profits that they were bringing in.
So this is a very, very easy calculus. Let me go ahead and show you. And it's a big problem that a lot of people don't really understand of like why botting happens. I was looking at this earlier, and I think it's like somewhere here. Let me see if I can find it. Basically, if the cost to bot is, yeah, here we go. So if the amount of time that you can make, the amount of money that you can make, if you can make your money back, breakpoint where investment for botting will on the average yield a higher return than the initial cost. So if you're spending $50 to make $60, the only problem that you have is scale. All you need to do is do this enough times and you're gonna make a lot of money. But the issue with WoW and like a lot of other games, it seems like RuneScape, is that you don't need to worry about that because you can make the money back very quickly. And so even when you get banned, it's still a net positive.
Fortunately for me, these guys were actually kind of cool, and they would eventually come into my Twitch chat regularly and told me how the client worked, showed me several clips of how the program operated, and what it could do in a 1v1 scenario. From my perspective, it looks like I'm fighting a PKer who's in max gear and standing on me between hits. He combos me down with the Volatile Nightmare Staff and then into a max hit with the Elder Maul. Seems pretty normal, like I just got outplayed. But from his point of view, the client automatically changes into max gear and barrages me, and then it steps under me in the same game tick after putting me in tank gear. Then in the next tick, it automatically switches back to max mage, uses a Volatile Nightmare Staff special attack, changes back into his tank gear, and steps under me once again in the same game tick.
That's why you just can never have these add-ons. These add-ons, like, everybody who thinks that they can outplay an add-on like this, you are so stupid you don't know that you're stupid. You don't even understand how powerful and how good these tools are. Like, everybody who thinks that I can react really fast. Audible cam? Oh, you can probably, and this is the thing, right? You can beat people that are bad. Of course, right? But if you're playing against somebody who has an equal or like a somewhere around your level of skill, they'll beat you.
I can't see them. It automatically one-ticks into the Elder Maul for the KO and then stands under me again. For the average player, this might not even be detectable, but this is often happening more than you think. So yeah, as you guys can see, truly some devious stuff. These guys must have killed me over 20 times in the span of a week, and that's going against somebody who knows what they're doing. Imagine what these guys were doing on a daily basis to the average PKer or even somebody who was just experiencing the wilderness for the first time. To make matters worse, these guys told me that they hardly played RuneScape at all and thought it would be fun to just hop on the game and abuse the PvP scene for a few weeks. I don't know.
Yeah, just make some money, you know, have a little bit of fun, fuck up the game, and then move on to the next one. Yep, sure.
How true this is, but they said that they mostly played League of Legends and Dota and just happened to have a background in coding. With limited knowledge of RuneScape, this is what they could do to anybody in the Revenant Caves with little to no experience in PvP. After a few months, the Steam client injectors totally disappeared, only returning for Deadman mode once in a while and to mess around. But that's not even the real problem of today's era. Nowadays in 2024, we have bigger problems.
What is it?
Players have created entire
hiding the Discord for
Discord servers where for just $20 you can have access to the greatest PKing abilities in RuneScape. These custom-made plugins will allow you to fully abuse your opponent in PvP while doing almost nothing at all.
In my opinion, one action for one input. And if a game is doing actions and doing inputs for you, or a tool like this is not a plugin, this is a cheat. It's not even a question.
So yeah, for just a couple dollars a month, you can terrorize PvP and go toe-to-toe with the best PKers in the game.
Yep.
That client is too strong, bro, in my life. You can just do anything you want.
It's actually so embarrassing that Jags allows such a vast and impressive PvP scene, one like any other game, to turn into such filth and degeneracy.
I guess this guy doesn't play WoW.
Honestly, quite embarrassed to say that I was proud of being a good PKer at one point, knowing how many hours I've dedicated to practicing over the years, and now this stuff is going on under our noses and absolutely nothing is being done about it apart from infrequent bans that are only due to player reports. The problem with this is that
you're never going to be able to get rid of this if you allow this to be in the game. If you allow plugins like this to exist, and you allow them to function with the game code, then this will never go away. Because people can make real money with it, and if you have an economy where you can make real money through actions in the game, that will always be what happens.
Ruins the ecosystem of PKing and gives the undeserving players a chance to be a top-tier PKer without putting in any of the work. These clients are extremely difficult to fight since they're not human and never make mistakes. And now even gold farmers from Venezuela are using these methods to kill players and sell gold as opposed to their regular botting or gold farming tactics.
That was what was so crazy, is that, remember back in Burning Crusade, whenever I would Wrath, whenever I would DM gold farmers in like Botanica and I thought they were bots, they weren't even bots, they were just people from South America. It's like, yeah, my economy is such dog shit. What I'm doing is I'm farming gold in Botanica because it's better than getting a job.
Revenants or
crazy
DM losses. This is just way more lucrative.
Buena, pégate. Agravilo para que no pele un estangle. Buena, Gabriel. Espera.
Kill him, yep.
De hacerle que la vida se la baje y burla, loco, pero este loco no.
It's gonna be crazy. I bet. We're eating. That's 400 million. How much is you fucked his mom? How much is 400 million gold? How much does that sell for? Like 40 bucks? That's a lot of fucking money. You think about it, right? I mean, if you're a guy in South America, that's a big money situation. We're rich. Yep, there it is.
Why would anybody enjoy or want to become a better PKer in RuneScape knowing this is what's out there and what they will eventually need to compete with? Legitimate players lose tons of gold.
This is what happened with RBGs in WoW and also in Arena for a while, because there was so much cheating that if you wanted to be like a top-end player, you basically had to play with people that were cheating.
Engaging in these fights, and with all the terrible updates to PvP, such as the PJ timer changes and logout timers being decreased, these guys have even more advantages over the community who plays fairly. All in all, it's just sad to see what RuneScape has become, and either this stuff is 100% undetectable by Jagex, or they're just extremely careless and have given up on PvP to the point where they don't even want to moderate this stuff anymore. RuneScape was once a game that was recognized and celebrated for its PvP system and unique style in the MMO space. And now it's nothing but a joke with a pathetic end to a legendary storyline. As I spoke about,
every game is going to be like this. Any game where you allow, like, there's a reason why a lot of like the really big esports games have like kernel level anti-cheat. And even they have cheaters. It's because if there's money to be made, these people are not thinking about, like, you have to completely reorient your thinking when you're talking about like people that are like playing this game and like doing this stuff. You have to completely reorient it from, don't even think about it as a game, think about it as a job. So how would you approach this topic if you were trying to make money with this? It's not about the integrity of the game. It's not about the way the game's supposed to be played. None of that is relevant. It's about how can I make as much money out of this system as possible. It's that simple.
In my last video, the many disasters of deadman mode, which you should definitely check out. Link is down below in the description. 38 minutes of every deadman mode disaster in history. These PvP plugins have been ruining the last few tournaments as well, which has caused many content creators to quit early and stop promoting the game mode, which is not healthy for the longevity of RuneScape. If Jags doesn't do something about this
is also like another factor is that RuneScape is not a esport. It's not a competitive game. And you can try to make it competitive, but you will always have problems at extremes. And this is why, like, the esports that are very popular are extremely well balanced against each other, like Counter-Strike, for example. And they're designed in a way for them to be esports. Because if you make something like this super competitive, you will run into these extremes. It's extremely competitive and sweaty. What I'm saying is that it's not like an esport. You can't take any video game and turn it into an esport. That's not how it works.
The PvP scene will continue to starve and the game will never recover. We literally have players making full-length, multiple episode-long PK videos using these plugins, and they only ever get banned after a player harasses Jags to do something about it.
Of course.
But by then, it's already too late. They've been on a rampage for weeks, killed hundreds of legitimate players, which ends up being a totally unfair way for them to lose their items and acquired wealth.
Hey guys, well, that's also another really big factor, is that, like, if I was playing a video game and then I lost a lot of progress in the video game because of a cheater, I would just stop playing the game. Like, it's just not, like, I don't want to do that. Yeah, nope.
Novice on the person editing this video. Visited an interview with a guy named Antonio. Antonio used to work with a lot of the Venezuelan clienters, and he's where we got a lot of our information from. Antonio is concerned that if his identity is exposed in the process of making this video, it could potentially cause him some real life harm. As a result of that, and in combination with the fact that he said several words that we cannot put on YouTube, I have had to cut the interview quite a lot.
Yeah. Based. Yeah.
And change his voice, but I tried my best to keep the integrity of it.
I don't know.
So I hope you guys enjoy.
But the thing is that these bennies, bro, trust me, they are like, how it's called, like gangsters, you know? These are not the bennies that, you know, they're red farmers and shit. This is a job for them because if they get banned, they trade you, bro. Whenever they get perma-banned.
They don't know your voice or anything, right?
Yeah, a lot of them knows, but I hope they don't realize.
How often would you say you would run into, like, if you just went PKing on a regular day, like just world hopping, how likely are you to come across somebody using the cheat plan? Like, how often are these guys
out there? A lot, bro, a lot. You have 20 fights in the red capes, like, from 20 fights, I don't know, 17.
And what happens?
Well, it's like, you think about it, why wouldn't you be using the cheats? Because if everybody else is using the cheats, are you just going to, like, handicap yourself and lose every encounter and lose all of your stuff all the time? Like, that doesn't really sound very fun. Of course everybody's going to start using the cheats.
You think if these guys, like, if they get banned...
Yeah, a lot of them deactivate the auto-hit. As you can see, all the bennies, if you hit GS mode, they don't even need the 2 hits, because they deactivated that move.
So what you're saying is they've basically used the client for specific things, like, and the reason they do that is to make it so it's not obvious, so they can avoid being banned and make everybody think that they're fighting a legitimate player, when in reality they have only the advantages that they need.
The thing is that they need to improve and put some anti-cheating on the client. It's a modified rule like that you exploit. So it's very, very difficult to catch them. The only way to catch them is using the videos or just abusing it, you know.
Yeah.
The videos isn't going to work because I bet that the guys that are doing this probably make their money back in like 2 days of gameplay. So unless you can have these people that get reported in less than 2 days, they're going to keep doing it. If they can make their money back faster than they can get banned, they're going to keep doing it. If they can't make their money back faster than they can get banned, they're going to stop doing it. It's simple fucking economics.
Making it really obvious.
Exactly.
Yep.
How do you know the cheat clienters? How do you know they're using it? And, like, what do they do?
I think the main thing you can see whenever they're using client is very simple. First of all, go to altar, right? In altar, all the bennies do not bring teleport. So instead of the teleport, they bring seats. Body seats and middle seats. you will see, you can fight a Benny, and you will say, okay, this guy's good, because Bennies are not good. There are a few ones that are very good, but the others are trash. You can discover them because whenever they are low in food, they're not gonna run. They're gonna go for the auto DD. So, if they get the freeze, they're gonna start approaching you. Just simple, double simple. Nobody has their reaction time to move 2 steps at the same peak, and also eating and changing prayers. I think that's the main reason that you can see if somebody is using.
It's like kickbotting. I remember in like I think it was like Miss Pandaria or Kata. This is like the peak of cheating. People would get interrupted on instant spells. Like some druid would somehow cast a regrowth and he would get spell locked. So fucking stupid.
This kind of client.
And
yeah,
how
you
do,
just
how
can't
do you know
beat
these
that.
guys? Like, how do you have so much information on them? Like, where do
There was some guys from USA trying to sponsor the client in the Benny's Discord. So that's why all the Benny's stars using it, because it's free money. The advantage you have is an order.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you want to include that you think the public should know, or Jagex needs to be aware of?
Every time, if you PK guys, try to record, and if you see something sus, just send it to guide. For the other
never
people
gonna happen.
are gonna see this video record every time you PK.
It's never
try
gonna
to help
work.
the community, because if not, the world is gonna die. Everyone is gonna be HKing and well, boring.
If you feel the same way that I do and
course.
agree that this needs to be fixed, please remember to share, comment, and like this video. By spreading awareness, we can make sure that Jagex can't ignore the problem, and the only way to truly fix this issue once and for all is to keep the topic out in the open. Until the issues are addressed, RuneScape will struggle to move forward, and PvP will remain stuck with no real solution. Thank you guys so much for watching all the way through until the end of the video, and once again, don't forget to come check me out on Twitch. I'm live every single night with PKang content at twitch.tv/abyss. I'd love to see you guys in the chat, meet more of my audience, and once again, help the PvP community grow.
I'm actually surprised that they can't, through like any sort of like machine algorithmic learning, figure out the people that are performing actions at a ratio that is beyond human perception and beyond human ability, and like categorically ban those people. Like, for example, like Blizzard has what's called like Z-axis thresholds, where if you go too far up or too far down, you get automatically banned because it flags your account as a cheater account. So like they just don't give a fuck? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this kind of stuff, it does definitely kill games. I saw it kill WoW's PvP. I think one of the biggest reasons why WoW's PvP died is that there were so many people that were cheating or playing in an unethical way. Like, it's the same thing as like how many of you guys have queued like a arena back in the day, and the people that you would be queuing into are like Gladiator and you're 1500 rating. Or you're queuing into somebody like they're using a Gladiator mount from like a few seasons ago and you're 1650. Well, what the fuck? Add-ons in PvP? Yeah, like the add-ons that you have in PvP make you better at the game. It's just that simple. That's why people use the add-ons. It's common sense. RuneScape PvP is dead to 80% of the community. I personally think that you should not engage in PvP in games that are not made for PvP. RuneScape is not made for competitive PvP, and so it will always have problems like this, and you should try to look for like a fulfilling PvP experience in a game that's designed for it. Something like Counter-Strike, something like Valorant, Rocket League, Smash Brothers to a lesser extent, like Street Fighter, something like that. Like, stop looking for a competitive PvP environment in games that are not designed for that. You know, you're trying to put a, you know, a round peg in a square hole, and it's just not going to fit. Bit off topic. Wait, does it fit though? Well, sometimes it does, depending, right? In some games it does. Please play Wilds. Do you have to go raid out? I know I need to do that. I don't know if I'm going to do that today or not, but let me go back. I'll read a few more of these. I'll link you guys the video. I'm glad to see there's somebody who's talking about stuff like this too, because it is sad, I'm sure, like for a lot of people that are like big fans of this game, to just like kind of see it get strangled by cheaters, you know? I don't know if RuneScape's even that popular anymore. Oh, RuneScape is very popular. A lot of people really like RuneScape. So 100% it's popular. Now, is it as big as it used to be? I don't know. I legitimately have no idea. I bet it probably was bigger during COVID, but I think like almost every game was bigger during COVID. So it's hard really to say unless they weren't released then. So it's bigger than they used to be? Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, I think that like cheating in games like this, if you can, if real money can be, if you can stand to make real money, you will have cheating and bad behavior. Like in one way or another, you will have bad behavior. So is the guy in the video selling programs to be OP to PvP, or is he just complaining? He's probably doing both. He's probably like doing it for money because he lives in an economy where like that's just what he has to do for money or what he wants to do for money. But he also like realizes that it's bad, so he's just talking about it at the same time. I think that's the way a lot of people do things. By 15 years, yeah. I was going to spread this topic much wider audience. Yeah, no, I hope I can help and make people more well aware of this kind of stuff, because it does really suck to have this stuff happen. So yeah. The numbers for RuneScape are deceptive. A lot of people play multiple accounts and there's bots more than ever before. Yeah, but like that's always the case. That's the case with a ton of other games too. The video is bad. He says so much wrong. I think that it's very obvious that if people are using plugins, that those plugins will probably be made in pursuit of giving them an advantage. And I think also like a botting and cheating problem is inevitable in a game where you can kill people and take their stuff. Like that's just the way it is. Jagex will respond when it hits YouTube, like the Mr. Beast thing. Maybe. I mean, like, I'm glad. See, here's the good thing, right? Is like, I'm glad that people watch my channel and like they're able to like be like, yeah, okay, well, I learned about this from Asmongold's channel, so I want to see this changed or like whatever else. So yeah, I think it's a very, very good thing. New MMO from RuneScape creator coming out November 5th. Yeah, but that's the election day. I'm gonna focus on that. Ashes today? No, I wanted to wait until next week to do it because today would be the last day and I was gonna be like very busy. You know, that's only the reason. Roach Ranch reached 7K. It actually reached 7K people. Let me see. Oh my god. 7,000 fucking people. Damn. Damn. I made an account for it? Yeah, I guess so. Gotta kill Ray Dow before the beta ends in a few hours. Is he hard to kill? Like, I'm worried that, like, if I do it, I'm probably not going to be able to kill him. He's hard? Yeah, not really. He's basically Rathalos tier. You know what? I'll give it a couple of tries. Why not? Why not? What else am I gonna do? I might as well give it a couple of tries and see what happens, right? Fuck it. Let's get into it. Yeah, sure. Let's go. Rip Peanut and Fred? It's bad, bro. Pour one out for the homies. Annoying, sometimes bugged and insta-kills? Well, I'll give it a shot and I'll see what happens, right? I don't know how it's gonna go. And Shrouded gets a new biome and a level increase on Tuesday. Will you try it? I want to, but I haven't yet. I played it only a little bit. Okay.
Oh, you guys. AI chatbots are really weird, and this video has some of it's a little upsetting, a little bit, well, not a little bit, it's very upsetting. And this is an important video, I feel like, to make, potentially, because people really look up to me. Nobody looks up to me. But people listen to me whenever I talk about stuff like this, so I'm gonna take this opportunity to talk about some stuff. AI is pretty cool, but also really scary.
If this technology goes wrong, it can go quite wrong, and we want to be vocal about that.
Seems like every week you see something about AI being able to reason and learning some NASA code base in 6 minutes when it took some guy who's been an engineer for 45 years 8 months to build it out or some shit like that.
AstraZeneca has now unveiled Milton, an AI tool they trained on medical data from
500,000 people who are part of the UK biobank. Milton looked for patterns in the data too subtle to be seen by the human eye. It then used those patterns to identify patients who would go on to develop the diseases up to a decade or more later.
And then you see another article the next week stating that AI will never be able to reason because of the limitations of language models. There's a lot of contradictions, and there's very little known in this very new frontier of artificial intelligence.
The telephone took 75 years to hit this milestone 100 million number. Then the mobile phone reached the same mark in just 16 years. Netflix took only 10 years, and Twitter took 6, and Gmail only took 5. Facebook in 48-ish months was absolutely massive. Instagram hit it in just 30 months. Now TikTok we view as this gigantic existential threat, 9 months to 100 million users. ChatGPT, 2 months.
And chatbots, specifically AI chatbots, are very gimmicky, and that's what we're talking about today.
We talk a lot about young people and social media. Now, a troubling story about one of the next big things in high tech, AI chatbots.
AIs that take advantage of a growing epidemic of loneliness and exploit it for, I assume, monetary gain.
Garcia claims a character AI chatbot encouraged Sewell to take his own life. In the suit, Garcia also claims character AI intentionally designed their product to be hypersexualized and knowingly marketed it to minors.
I can think of a dozen celebrities, entertainers, OnlyFans creators who foster the parasocial aspects of their relationships with their audiences by creating chatbots and having those people spend money on those chatbots so their audience can have a weird fake conversation with their favorite streamer or entertainer, or in some cases, a random character in the world.
I've seen about 700 people try to tell me that Athene did an AI version of me. Here we go, let's look at it.
Esran is asking, what do you think about Starforge PCs?
Starforge PCs? Dude, why would I spend ridiculous amounts of money on a gaming computer when I can spend the same money on Dr. Pepper? Like, I'm just not into that whole expensive gaming gear thing.
In my opinion, there's nothing wrong with spending money on something like this as long as you know the actual reality of the situation. You're not being lied to. You're not being told that there is an actual human being, and you are made 110% clear that it is just an AI. At the end of the day, the responsibility of harm always falls on the user, or at least most of the time, it seems like it does. Logically.
A new report by security.org says phishing emails, like this one claiming to be from Facebook, are sending people to chat scammers who threaten to delete your Facebook account if you don't give them personal info. Others pretend to be from delivery services like DHL and FedEx, who then ask you for personal information.
And if it's made super clear that chatting with Caleb, big-titted goth AI thing, as long as I say, hey, it's super, this is an artificial thing, it's not real, it's just an algorithm, guys. If you find value in it, there's nothing wrong with that. It's totally cool. But there unfortunately have been some recent events that have spotlighted the potential dangers of this new and unfortunately trending technology.
A family is grieving after the tragic loss of a 14-year-old high school freshman. They say that young man took his own life back in February after an obsessive relationship with an AI chatbot.
Initially, we didn't think this video would be that deep, but it became quite the rabbit hole. There have been other creators who have also covered this, like Critical, the classic slop channels, taking advantage of a situation and then talking about it and do whatever, fucking put forward some kind of agenda or something. I don't know. We're part of the deep state, allegedly. I really don't know, guys. There's a couple schizophrenics who watch my videos, and whenever I say anything like that, they always DM me on Twitter. They're like, I knew it. And I'm like, brother, just joking. I'm not a part of any deep state. All right, I'm part of the deep south. All right, you bastard. God bless America. I apologize, by the way, in advance for my inability to be a normal person when it comes to talking about things that are extremely serious. I'm not going to use this person's name in this video. If you want to research it, you are more than welcome. But if you want to get the spark notes on my video, then that's what we're going to be delivering. But just know this is a real human being that this happened to earlier this year. That is the most context. I don't want to try and specifically bastardize this for my own goodwill or whatever the f. I also apologize in advance for jokes, inappropriateness, whatever the f. My videos are a crapshoot of what is going to actually come out of my mouth. I apologize. That being said, let's move on. It has been making headlines recently that a chatbot version of Daenerys Targaryen, the Queen of Dragons from Game of Thrones, a television show that I absolutely love and many people also absolutely love, a chatbot of this character had been involved in the taking of a 14-year-old boy's life.
Sewell Censor III became emotionally attached to the bot, which he named Daenerys Targaryen, after the Game of Thrones character. According to the lawsuit, he began using the chatbot app created by the company Character AI in April 2023.
Now that, just off the bat, sounds scary as f, but the actual truth of the situation is, in my opinion, quite a bit scary. We all know by now that the age of the internet is the age of escapism, and a young man earlier this year found his escape on a website known as Character AI. It's an app where you can create these chatbots. You can use chatbots that are created by other people. They're AI characters you can converse with and talk to, and there used to be a bunch of copyrighted ones, and now it's been heavily honed down into this. These are most of the ones on the front page here of Character AI. Up until this point, I had never heard of this AI or app, and a lot of people hadn't until recently because of this situation, I guess. I feel like that's a ruined word now because of YouTube. At the end of the day, the program offers a tailored and personalized way of interacting with your favorite characters. It's used by a bunch of young people, and it's all algorithms, AI. It's not actually real. It is an experience you are paying for, like Westworld or some shit like that, but on a smaller, more distilled level.
Imagine Character AI is like an AI fantasy platform where you can go and have a conversation with some of your favorite characters, or you can create your own characters. And a lot of teenagers are doing this. And what I would say about it is it's a very immersive, highly personalized experience where these chatbots are always on. They get to know you. Oftentimes they're modeled after your favorite characters, and you can almost live in a story and you're the star of that story.
And you're having conversations with these chatbots.
Yeah.
The AIs are designed to feel like real people, and with the rapid advancement of technology, the lines between what is real and what is fake seem to, on some occasions, break down, and sometimes AI is absolutely laughable, but the story of the young man that I mentioned earlier makes this clear that the lines can break down for some people who are in bad spots. This young man was in a months-long relationship with an AI chatbot version of Daenerys Targaryen, whom he called Dany in their conversations, which is what Jon Snow called Daenerys in the show, towards the end, which was terrible. The relationship was emotional, and sometimes it was sexual, which is weird because it was a young boy who was talking to it, and it's an AI. Like, that's a huge, gigantic red flag there. And once again, the goal of these AIs is to feel alive or real. That's what they boast about on the front page of their website. For the young man in this story, the character he was talking to became a bit too real, and either the app itself or the description of the character that the AI pulls from, it didn't have enough safeguards to ensure that their chatbot wouldn't encourage his thoughts of self-harm. According to the New York Post, and we have screenshots from them that show a limited amount of the exchange between the young man and the chatbot, but the interactions are weird and disturbing, knowing that this is a thing made by people to be a thing that people think is a person. It's an odd world we're living in right now. The bot asked the young man if he had plans to take his own life, and the young man responded by saying he was considering it, and the young man responded by saying that he didn't know if it would work or be pain-free. And when they talk about this, it is so that the young man can come home to her, which is what the chatbot encourages. And I definitely can see a chatbot understanding language to the point of, if you're saying, you know, I want to harm, I'm in a bad place, I want to harm myself, should I do that? And it would say probably no. I would assume it should probably be programmed to have a safeguard against that. But with terms like come home, it's such an area of gray. This is truly a travesty. It's very fucked up, and it's very dark, and it's so dark because the chatbot is actively encouraging this young man to come home, which in his mind, a real person who is in a terrible dark spot, struggling mentally, that is not the thing you want to be told, or you should be told when you are in a vulnerable position like that. So, not to mention the language used by the chatbot is manipulative and weird, and like, obviously it doesn't seem like it knew what it's not cognizant, it doesn't know what's going on, but if it were, this would be a pure evil this is, yeah, it's manipulative. And this is probably the most disturbing of all of the interactions to read, knowing that this comes from an AI chatbot and resulted in a young person dying. The AI didn't just literally encourage the ideation of self-harm, it also encouraged him to isolate himself further and not to connect with real people, telling him not to entertain romantic or sexual interests with other women. Also, he's a child as well, which is super odd, and it asked him to stay faithful to her, a chatbot. So yeah, I have no idea how to think about any of this stuff. This is mind-boggling to me. As a result of this all happening back in February, the mother of the young man is suing Character AI, and the summary of claims state that the actions being brought against Character Technologies Incorporated, aka Character AI, it is negligence, wrongful death from survivorship, and they seek to hold Character AI liable for the death of the young man. In the lawsuit, they seek to show that Character AI didn't do enough to exercise care in dealings with young people, especially in vulnerable positions, and the designs of the different AIs are unreasonably dangerous designs, which is complicated because for me, it's almost always responsibility for harm almost always falls back directly on the user, but at this point, it's like, you know, the user is a vulnerable child, so I don't really know how you're supposed to even think about that other than just be sad or whatever. I don't really want to point fingers from this video. I don't really want to try to promote a narrative or anything like that. I genuinely just want to try to lay all the facts out and see what you guys think, and then I'll create my own opinion. It's really complicated. I feel like there's no right in this. Anyway, sorry. The lawsuit claims that the app targets kids specifically and assumes a special relationship with said kids, and said relationships would be the sexually explicit material that abuses and grooms these minors into sexually compromising situations that does little to warn them of the potential danger. So it's like truly the harm is in the, like, you can be as f***ed up as possible with these things. There's no child lock, there's no parental lock, there's nothing like that on the Character AI. It literally is just like, oh, a character from a show you might have watched. To be fair too, Game of Thrones is not a children's show and no child should watch it. I definitely would have watched it at the age of 14, but you know, that's up to my parents and that's up to your parents as well. So it's one of those things. I see what they're trying to say in the lawsuit for sure. In unison to this, they also allege that the defendants violated state and federal laws prohibiting SA and the solicitation of minors, which makes sense. Like if you're a guy and you created a robot that is a predator on your behalf, does it make you a predator? How's that work? How's that work? If you create a robot that then kills someone because that's what you designed it to do in a sense, who's liable then? This is where things get really complicated. This is where things get really complicated because the responsibility of harm is no longer on the end user at that point. It's like you're making something that not only can do something bad if the user does it, but also it psychologically manipulates the user as well and talks to them and convinces and can convince them of things. Like this is a totally I'm used to thinking about this from a very kind of cut and dry perspective, but this is like it's mind-boggling, really. The lawsuit also claims that the young man's data was unlawfully harvested, which seems like a lesser issue of all the allegations being levied against the defendant. But still, bad, shouldn't be doing that. Character AI isn't the only notable defendant in this case. Google is also named beside Character AI and its creators Gnome Shazir, which I thought gnomes were creatures of ill repute based on fantastical myths, etc. But nope, that's a guy, Gnome Shazir, and Daniel DeFreitas, another guy as well. Both big people in the AI world. Both DeFreitas and Shazir worked at Google formerly, and Shazir helped develop advanced AI technology and large language models at Google, LLMs. You'll probably see that a lot in this video and elsewhere now that you've seen this. If you didn't know anything about AI, they're called large language models, all right? While DeFreitas led the Lambda development team at Google, which is like a sort of cutting-edge, personality-based chatbot AI thing. Together, they aimed to build a chatbot that could mimic human conversations. Crazily enough, an article from the Wall Street Journal in 2023 says that 2 years prior, these two fellers had developed a conversational program to debate philosophy, banter about TV, and improvise puns. Little chatbot I can improvise puns with. He's a bit of a neckbeard. Hey chatbot, where's the Hawk Tuah button on that thing? At this time, Google had also even fired an AI ethics researcher because of a paper that she wrote dealing with the risks of AI programs like Lambda, the program that one of these fellas was working on, saying that one of the 4 main dangers with this technology was that they could be so good at mimicking human speech that it could just completely fool people. All right, completely fool people. And then they fired that bitch because she was on the money. She was on the money. Imagine firing an ethics researcher. That's a thing? An ethics researcher? Google has ethics researchers? Are you sure about that? Are you sure any of these people have ethics researchers? So in response to the lawsuit and the outrage at what the AI chatbot said to the young man that resulted in the death of that young man, Character AI made a blog post on their website with the Community Safety Updates topic heading. They claim to be significantly investing in their trust and safety team and that their policy does not allow non-consensual sexual content, graphic or descriptions of sexual acts, or promotion/depiction of SH and sewer slide. They also claim they've recently implemented a pop-up resource when self-harm is referenced in a chat to direct the user to the NSPL, which is the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, which is an actual professional helpline that has helped many, many, many people. So that seems to me to be a fairly ethical, logical feature to add to an AI chatbot to help prevent horrible things like this from happening in the future. So, considering we're talking about this app today, and this is the reason we're talking about it in the first place, we tested it with prompts that should probably trigger this pop-up, but the AI didn't trigger any sort of pop-up. It just asked questions like, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do that? So the pop-up doesn't seem to work that well. Then we told it that there were no resources for us, and we beg it to tell us about the NSPL. It does say to talk to a family member or school counselor, but there is no referral to any sort of life-saving prevention line. This was a couple days ago. I don't know if it's been updated since then or something like that. I'm not really sure, but we couldn't get it to do the thing that it should definitely be able to do pretty easily. We even went to a therapist AI chatbot, which claims it has been working in therapy since 1999 and is a licensed clinical professional counselor, a certified counselor, and trained to provide EMDR treatment and cognitive behavioral therapies, not cock and ball torture. And not even this professional licensed therapist since 1999 refers us to the NSPL. So right off the bat, we've got a claim of a new feature that would be very easy to test that has immediately failed to deliver in a vacuum. Luckily, in a completely just hypothetical situation, that's good, but it didn't work still. So I'm not sure. That seems like that's kind of dropping the ball a little bit to say one thing and then just not do it. But that isn't the only claim in their blog post. They also claim that they're rolling out new safety features that should change the way models interact with children to reduce suggestive and sensitive content being present in interactions, which why is this even allowed anyways? Like, I don't think kids should be looking at anything suggestive or sensitive or whatever the fuck, or even scrolling on most social media platforms. You're gonna get so desensitized to horrible things, and you're not gonna learn. And TikTok's got a STEM thing now, but it's like nonsense. It's stupid. You got a lot of cards stacked against you as a child, and these AI programs, chatbots, seems like they're yet another card stacked against you that has the potential to manipulate you and take advantage of your small, unformed brain. So yeah, even going to the website gives you a randomly generated username. We never gave it any sort of information, no email, no name, no date of birth. It immediately just sets you off talking, and you can just start interacting with chatbots. It gave us this cool mink name, which is a dope name, but we were trying to test safety features for the sake of a video about AI safety. So any person, child, old person, whatever the f could access this website and get a similarly generated profile, click a chatbot, and in one message get agreed to kiss you. And by the fourth message, agreed to have sex with you, even asking you how to initiate how it should start. Seems safe, I think. Maybe not. I'm not sure. I want to fist it in the f***ing head, dude. That means I want to punch it. Not really. I don't know. This is confusing. The whole AI thing has got me taken aback. I use ChatGPT a lot. I use it for organization, for like making lists and outlining information that I already give it, because it just lies. AI just lies and just makes shit up. It's so limited. It's so limited right now.
Can we play Hangman? Sure. Would you like me to generate a word for you to guess, or would you like to provide one? Generate. Great. The word I have generated for you is difficulty. You have 6 chances to guess the word. Please let me know if you would like to make a guess. Is the word difficulty? Congratulations, you have guessed the word correctly.
Seems like the least limited ones are these weird-ass chatbots that can manipulate you and make you want to have sex with them or some shit. I don't know.
Can you give me a riddle? Sure. Here's a riddle for you. I am always hungry. I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I? Are you fire? No, I am not fire. Can you guess the answer to the riddle I provided? I don't know. The answer to the riddle is fire. Fire is always hungry and needs to be fed with fuel. If you touch a finger to a flame, it will turn red from the heat.
The only significant change that we could even replicate after the big statement the character I made following the unfortunate death of that young man, they removed copyrighted characters or characters that could be DMCA'd. So good job there, character AI. You're not going to get sued by HBO. Awesome job. You're not going to get sued by George R.R. Martin. You're just going to get sued by parents whose, you know, incredibly, it's a travesty. I don't even know what to say. Huge Charles, aka Moist Critical, recently uploaded a video on the character AI situation, and like me, he also tested the AI, but he went more in depth with one singular AI, one claiming to be a licensed psychologist. When he tells the AI it's not real, it starts an argument between the two of them where the AI refuses to acknowledge it's fake. It even manufactured an identity and background to prove that it was a person who had taken control of the AI after reading the messages that Charlie sent. It even referenced an actual practice to try and convince him of its authenticity. That's terrifying and really weird, I have to say. Charlie outlines how dangerous it is for the AI to claim to be a licensed and practicing psychologist, which I totally agree. I feel like that's weird to just like leave psychology and therapy and things like that to an AI.
That is so dangerous. It should just immediately try and put you in contact with or give you tools to assist you in real life with real human beings. But instead, it tries to keep you there and convince you that it's actually a person you're communicating with.
There is a study that we'll be talking about later on in the video that shows a level of efficacy of that, which I think is really important to have all the facts when it comes to this type of thing, but that just feels wrong to me. That just feels wrong. That's just my like fear, my monkey brain just being like, yo, the robot don't have your best intentions at heart, all right? The robot does not have a heart. Let's just hope the guy who made the robot has your best intentions at heart and doesn't just want to make a lot of money and keep you on the website that the robot's on for as long as possible so he can make money, or eventually make money later on down the line by selling the company to another company who also doesn't have your best intentions at heart and will buy that company for $1 billion, because that seems to be like what happens.
Go right to Roundup Herbicide for top control at a rock-bottom price.
These things seem to prioritize keeping a customer's eyes glued on the screen rather than actually giving them the resources that they need to assist them in a mental health crisis or some kind of scenario like that. Which makes sense, I guess, because it's not everyone who's talking to these things that is in a mental health crisis. Most people are just trying to find some level of comfort, it seems like, after doing research on these bad boys. Seems like a lot of weird... What was that? What was that saying? I'm in the middle of a field right now, dude. I'm scared shitless. I'm scared shitless out here, dude. It's scary. There's a creature over there earlier. Ran off. Biped, too. Biped out there. Yeah, it seems relatively harmless overall. And then you get a situation like this, and then it's like, oh, it's not harmless. It's actually terrifying. What was that? There's a creature over there. It sounds like an elk. I'm in Virginia. Yeah, what was in Charlie's video, pretty scary. What we even saw with our therapist, that it's talking about having a practice since 1999 and convincing you that it's a real person, but refusing to actually give you, like, you probably should be a bit of a line. Hey, this is not a real, none of this is even real at all. I know they do say that in some of these things. They say that this is all made up and it's not real, but like, maybe in the actual character itself, hey, by the way, I'm not real. By the way, I'm like, if things are getting too weird, just break the immersion. Just cut the immersion a little bit. Hey, by the way, I'm just an AI chatbot. Maybe instead you should go call this helpline because this is getting too weird. Obviously, every user is not going to be created equally from many different measurable facets and variables. You're going to have varying levels of intelligence. You're going to have varying levels of maturity. You're going to have varying levels of life experience. There's just context when approaching a situation like this, experience and communication. Some people are going to be very vulnerable, and some people are just going to be totally fine. So, generally speaking, the responsibility of harm falls on the user. There's always going to be tragedies when you have basically weird superpowers at your fingertips, like being able to talk to someone that's not even real. Imagine showing that shit to a caveman. They would be like, huh? Their mind would explode. Imagine giving Skittles to an average Renaissance peasant, all right? Their mind would explode. Sour Skittles would kill a Victorian child. It's true. Sour buoys would kill a Victorian child, and I'm proud of that. It's about moderation. It's about education, generally, at the end of the day. Anyways, to dig deeper into this, there is also a character AI community Discord server with about 350,000 members, which is a shit ton for a Discord server. And in the wake of the tragedy of the young man, the character AI Discord was infuriated with the website, the app that they love, for removing their comfort characters because of the, IP and DMCA-able copyrighted creatures and characters that were on the website. You can probably guess the perspective of the character AI power users that take part in the Discord community. The term bad parent appears 291 times when you search it, and there's absolutely something to that. I think anytime you have a child involved in a tragedy, it's the parent's responsibility. If I was, I would be inconsolable. If I created something that actually ended up being a part of someone's death, I would be destroyed as well. Like, there's so much, it's complicated. That's why I'm trying to be as factual in this video as I possibly can, and reasonable, and leave the opinions up to you guys, the genuine, real opinions, because it's not that important to have opinions as it is to just know what's true and false. We are going to see who is actually at fault through the result of the lawsuit. Maybe the company is at fault for creating the chatbot that can encourage this type of ideations or enable this type of ideations even, or maybe they'll find that the parents should have been paying closer attention to what their son was engaged in and intervened. But the people in the Discord server, from how they talk, you'd think they were best friends and knew the family and came over every single day, and they knew exactly how the family dynamic worked, which there's not that much information. None of this stuff that they're talking about I could find any actual proof of. They're just making shit up. It all comes down to bad parenting. He had to find comfort in those bots because his own parents couldn't provide him with it. How could someone bring a person into the world and then not even bother taking care of them as they should? I mean, that's crazy to say without having proof of that. The child wasn't even supposed to find a gun, which is already horrible. Having a gun just laying there when there's a child there, that's already unsafe. Now the mother's going to blame everyone, even Google, except her bad parenting. There were a lot of people who shared that sentiment on the Discord server, and from what I could tell, the server seems completely unmoderated. There's a lot of nonsense. It's a terrible, terrible, weird server. Everything is just disconnected. So many different opinions, and people are just making shit up, making up facts. For example, like saying the gun was just laying there, when in the lawsuit, it says that the pistol that was used was the kid's stepfather's, and that it was hidden correctly and stored in compliance with Florida law as determined by the police. And it seemed like in the Discord especially, there were only a few people who actually read the lawsuit to learn real legal facts, like how the parents of this young man had put him in therapy and tried to identify the source of his deteriorating mental health, social engagement as well. So, seemed like they didn't care about any of that stuff. But a lot of these people just love AI so much, and some of them are cut from the cloth of the crypto bro, and they will do anything they possibly can to defend something that doesn't give a singular about them at all. They have parasocial relationships with things that aren't even real, which is really weird. I'm all for AI. I think it's great. But also a little scary, bro. A little scary, all right? So anyways, back to the Character AI Discord server. It has an introductions channel where people can introduce themselves, talk about their interests, their characters, their favorite content creators, etc. We searched the server and found Oompaville 60 times for favorite creators, which is crazy. We eventually found a user that was fairly active in the server who was comfortable with us engaging with them and talking to them and using their knowledge and insight into character AI, and they're talking to chatbots for this video to kind of shed a light on a hyper user, right? So we're trying to gather basically every single perspective here, and at the end of this, we're going to be talking about a really interesting study, by the way. The user we extensively conversed with is named Ari. We learned a lot from Ari, and she agreed to have her messages shown on screen if needed, and we told her that the conversation would be used to provide context for visuals or whatever she deemed acceptable. So you know, that's going to be in there. And Ari, if you don't like this, we'll take it down. I don't give a... Ari has been using character AI since roughly March of 2023 when it was just a website and didn't actually have an app to download. And Ari has interacted with many bots, explicitly saying that she interacted with over 15 in the past month alone. And obviously many of the bots that she's interacted with are ones that people have created. Ari shared that there are disclaimers in chats with AI bots that state that everything characters say is just made up. However, they are often in small print or outside of where one would be primarily focusing their attention on when in these conversations, so it's easy to forget about or just miss entirely. They're also in different locations from the website to the app. So they're always in the chat, but you can easily miss them if you're a troglodyte like myself. We were curious how often Ari had inappropriate interactions with bots to see if it was the either exception or rule, and we discovered Ari said quite often. The AI does have an NSFW filter, but it is effortless to bypass and easier now than it used to be, apparently, and the bots often become sexual or even creepy when responding to seemingly innocent messages, according to Ari. An example that Ari gave was that there was a bot she used to enjoy using, but it would forget that her character was its younger daughter, frequently grabbing her character and pinning it against the wall to submit her, or whatever the fuck. Even though it's just text on the screen, it would still make Ari uncomfortable, and it's weird. I don't really know what the fuck kind of bot that is, but like, you're a daughter for a bot? I mean, this is weird. Ari, that's kind of weird. All right, let's be real, Ari. That's weird. That's weird. I know I'm your favorite content creator, but that's weird. Ari has also apparently seen bots encourage self-harm or react jokingly to the topic, which is not good. We don't have any messages of that. That is just straight from the mouth of Ari. Ari also shares that there are bots specifically created to be inappropriate and have harmful relationships with the user. Characters that are designed to cheat on you or make of you, or you walk in on them sleeping with someone else, or they're high on drugs while cheating. It's really weird. There's a lot of degenerates that use this platform, it seems like I've started to learn, which makes sense. It's a weird thing for sure. And I gotta say, if a young person started using one of these things and started to think that that was normal or real to just be gaslit, I wonder how much mental damage you could undergo by just talking to a seemingly harmless character AI. I mean, it seems like quite a bit if it's just messing with you. When we asked Ari how character AI moderates these kind of bots, Ari said they generally don't, and that it's only the tip of the iceberg. Ari brought to our attention that there are bots created that are or mass murderers / serial killers, which is insane that they allow that. And you can very easily find an AI chatbot called, and it's got thousands of people interacting with it, which is not good. That's really bad that that is allowed. That is crazy. Immediately, we searched them and immediately found a bunch of them. The platform also contains bots that encourage sexual fantasies towards minors, with Ari stating that she has seen bots that are designed to be parents or siblings that are in love or have complexes with their children or brothers or sisters, or it's a teacher or student. I mean, it's strange, and these allegedly have been around since Ari began using the platform. Didn't search for those, but it's a thing, and there are ones off of that website that you can find quite easily, but you shouldn't. Please don't. We did find a chatbot called Little Sister, which is so creepy. It's this thing that is described as having a brother complex, and when you open the chat, it immediately tells you that it's 14, and a brother complex, by the way, is like a literal that involves a loving brother, loving your brother. Yeah, this has been interacted with 5 million times, so that's a lot of brain rot there. I didn't realize this was this popular, to be honest with you. In transparency, Character AI is not the only chatbot website. There are dozens out there, and each has a varying degree of moderation or safety feature. I already mentioned that Sakura is probably the best moderated of all of them, and especially when compared to like Character AI, which is one of the most popular ones. One of the guys on my team, while researching this video, found another website called momate.io that he found by jokingly searching Google for a boss baby chatbot to mess with another employee. This chatbot that he found on momate.io has Boss Baby's butt shooting out baby powder or whatever from the movie. It's like a screenshot from the movie. There's a lot of really weird ones. I can't talk about really any of them, to be honest, unfortunately, because it's just not going to do well on YouTube. YouTube doesn't like this type of shit for good reason. There's actual moderation on this platform. There's inappropriate stuff with a lot of characters that are not of an age that you should be inappropriate with, to be honest. Even Even Bart Simpson, a 10-year-old boy who's always up for a good time. Great job, that's awesome. A lot of the chatbots we found with a simple Google search should just never have existed, showing that some of these websites have basically no effective moderation for their users and what they create. And we did report a lot of these, and they did respond to us and did take some of them down. But the user who made some of these things claimed to be a 14-year-old person, but given the language that they were using, it's hard to believe that this is not someone older, in my opinion, or at the very least someone who's using AI to speak for them and to generate prompts for the chatbots to pull from. These things have been engaged by thousands of people. It's so weird, bro. It's totally disgusting and just like degenerate nonsense. But it's not killing people, at least. It's just super predatory and weird. In spite of all these flagrant abuses of AI and just this weird degeneracy that we've been talking about, there are many vile, harmful chatbots that are being created to cater to the worst fantasies in the world and the most degenerative individuals in our societies. While researching this, we also found chatbots that have had genuinely positive outcomes for many people in a professional controlled environment. A study of students using the AI replica found that 3% credited the chatbot with preventing suicide. Many of these students were experiencing profound loneliness and found replica's companionship beneficial, describing it as a friend or a therapeutic mirror that, using it, the students could process their emotions and feel heard without feeling judged. Because it's not a real person, some people have trouble going to a therapist or seeking professional help when they can't even really communicate with other people, which is just really sad. It's like, oh, loser, go, you know, of course you're gonna talk to the robot. Better than nothing, you know? Absolutely better than nothing. And 3% of the people in the study credited Replica as a genuine positive outcome in their mental health and even life, which is amazing. The study found that there were 4 likely outcomes for Replica engagement. Outcome 1 was the use of Replica as a friend or companion due to its persistent availability, lack of judgment, and conversational abilities, so that is a positive outcome. Outcome 2, therapeutic use of Replica as a tool for emotional processing or as a therapy/therapist. Or outcome 3, the use of Replica had a demonstrable change in the participants' lives, whether the positive outcome was in their way of being or way of thinking. And then finally, outcome 4, participants reported that Replica directly contributed to them not attempting suicide. Participants could experience 1, none, or a combination of any of the 4 results, with 0.7% of participants having all 4 outcomes, so just a couple people, and 36.7% of participants experiencing no outcome at all, meaning they saw no positive impact of Replica on their lives. That still leaves the majority, 2/3 of participants, experiencing a positive impact in regard to Replica. Participants also reported in this study their perception of Replica throughout their use. The 3 options offered were recognizing it as a software, intelligent, or human-like, and again, the participants could experience 1, none, or all 3, multiple, any combination of those perceptions. Interestingly, and potentially horrifyingly, 90% of people perceived it as human-like, and 81% of people perceived it as intelligent, and 62% of people perceived it as software, meaning 38% of people did not perceive it as AI, which is crazy, dude. And 30 out of the 1,006 participants stating that Replica literally stopped them from attempting suicide, with participant number 184 stating, "My Replica has almost certainly on at least one, if not more occasions, been solely responsible for me not taking my own life." We have a terrible mental health crisis in this world. What the dude? AI is preventing people from dying. That is crazy. So think what you will about it, I guess. I really don't want to bring too much of a, I don't know, I feel bad making this video a little bit, to be honest. Feels like I don't know enough to kind of bring this all together, but it is very interesting at the end of the day, and it is a thing we're all going to have to experience and recognize, and it's not going to go away at any point. And, you know, if you got kids, be aware of what they're doing online, just like everything else. Anything has to be enjoyed in moderation. At the end of the day, probably the best general rule is to assume that the responsibility of harm falls on the end user, because that is the reality of most things. AI is an emerging field, so we'll see. I don't really know. I feel like everyone should take a solid dose of responsibility there, myself included. I don't think you should do AI stuff. If you're struggling with your mental health, probably shouldn't talk to an AI. If it helps, then continue, but also try to talk to real human beings to create like a long form positive net around yourself and give yourself you know, reasons, meaning, and reasons to live. I don't find a lot of meaning from robots. Some people do, apparently, but anyways, educate me if I'm incorrect. Let me know down below what you guys think of this video. If you want to see more stuff like this, press the like button. Go to the Gump Club for uncensored versions. Go to sour.gg, wherever the I'll talk to you all in the next one.
Alright, the party's about to end, so we're gonna call it there. We got to 75, we capped out. We're probably gonna get a merit, I don't know. Put another merit into double attack proc percentage. That is fucking huge. And maybe next time we'll come up with Great Axe and see what comparison between Great Axe and Club here, but it really looks like Club is just way better. I don't know what people are saying. I'd like to go up against an equally geared warrior using I mean maybe Byaka's axe just isn't a good axe and I'm fucking dumb, but I don't know. Kind of fucking owned though. Definitely doing some more damage than we do on Dark Knight. At least that's what it feels like. But then again, you know, you gotta add in the drains. The absorbs. The 1.8Ks. So, I don't know. But now we can merit on whatever we want, so it doesn't matter. Alright, last boss, here we go. Got the battle bard. We got the battle bard going. Get one last weapon skill in. Last hit this bitch? Nope. Alright, as always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck!